Cool, hello everybody and welcome back. We're at sunny Manchester and we're checking out the very latest version 0.9.0 from Macco Simulations as well. So this is an update that will be due soon for all of you guys. 2 minutes late, I've had to download a few other little bits and a Streamlabs update as well, which is never great because you click it usually at the right time when you're about to stream. But here we go, we're on VATSIM of course, and we're connected to the aircraft, air bridge, etc. And we're flying as the Thomas Cook 422 mic today, here at stand 42 I believe it was. A32NX. So, into the flight deck then. Got a few guys flying with us as well of course, which is always good. And I've started our init review for our flight to Samos. Estimated time en route, basically 3 hours 30. And when we get there as well, we're going to have the mandatory circle to land procedure, because it's a procedure you have to do when you're flying in. There's no other option basically, it's either that or divert. So it's going to be a good flight, and we're heavy on takeoff as well, 68 tons basically. We can print out the EGCC ATIS. And let's get our flight plan all ready to go. So there goes the uplink. John, hello, welcome. Pretender and Jacob, channel members, very warm welcome to you guys too. Hope you're all well, and everyone else tuning in as well. Say hello in the live chat while you're here. That's looking like that's good. Why does that pop back there? Flight level today, cruise of flight level 370. And we're going to be departing on 05 left today with a Desig 1 Sierra departure. That's what we're planning for, so we can put that in. And of course as well, over the last week or so, you guys might have seen quite a few issues surrounding the A32NX with a load of performance bugs, and the developers have been working really hard. Let's wake that up, shall we? The old EFB waypoint mismatch. Brilliant. That's not what we want to see. Where's that then? So we're checking out today as a tester. The whole purpose of today as well, I guess, is a long flight over 2 hours to really try and push and test the aircraft. Just checking the route. All right to Pam, Misco, Bombi, Haram. It's a long old journey today. Hopefully, oh good grief, there comes the problem. What is that? It goes back to Remso by the looks of it. Sobo, Etrud, Pivos, Mess, and then Remso, which is bizarre because that shouldn't be there. Fantastic. It's all going wrong today, isn't it? If you guys are flying with us as well in the live chat, let me know if you've had the same problem with your flight plan. Just go back into SimBrief now to see if I can find what the problem was. No, it's bizarre. It seems to have just put it in itself. Very strange. Etrod Pivos. And what did it lose after Pivos? MES. And MES is 38.25 north, so that's that one. We'll see if that's fixed the little issue we had. I will get back to the live chat very shortly. I just want to make sure that we don't have this problem as we're making our way down. Recti Gorpa Devil. Oh man, what is that all about, eh? Let's insert. Oh, just catching up on the live chat now. Jacob, hello, welcome. Channel member, warm welcome to you. Jurassic. Alex, thank you very much. Just sorting out a few teething issues by the looks of it with the flight plan. It all goes well and then it gets a little further along and then it seems to draw a line back on ourselves, which is a little bizarre. MES, and then it goes back to PIVOS. Medux. Man, what an absolute mess. John's going to Atlanta, nice. Yorkshire Pud, good afternoon to you. El Pepino from France, hello, welcome. I mean, that's a real mess there. No idea what it's doing that for. Very bizarre. Let's have a little look. PIVOS, Etra Dispo. Hopefully UC's in the chat at some point, because if he's having issues as well, we both have the same route, therefore we should both be having the same problem. Flight plan. Just wish this damn simulator worked all the time, you know. It's so frustrating when it does this sort of thing. MES should be after PIVOS, and that's really annoying, and Medux should be well further up. In fact, have we got Medux further up as well? No, so it's all a real mess. So I'm going to go ATSU, init press. Let's try and see if we can pull all this in again, I think. I'm not sure if this is going to work for us, folks. If not, we'll just have to make it up as we go along again. Not allowed, brilliant. Let's just get this in quick. Fuel plan in, 13, and we've got, oh wow, we've only got 10. But that's not correct either then, if that's feeding in from SimBrief. Perf weight balance, refuel. Yeah, that's definitely not correct. This still doesn't update properly, but it's no biggie. That's a bit better. 13.2. If that's what it's telling us we should have. Oh no, it's giving us a block of 10.2. Oh god, this sim. Why can't stuff just work? Performance, weight balance, and we don't want refuel, we want payload refresh. Desi 1 Sierra. Alex, yes, so we are doing this. We are doing the plan from SimBrief. It is faster, but that's where we've got the problem really, because we've come across some weird errors already. We'll put 13.2 in. I think that's going to be a gross over calculation of fuel required. But SimBrief's not being particularly accurate today either by the looks of it. Let's get this data in. It might be one of those where I'll depart and I'll try and figure it out en route if need be, because most of it still works. So init A, init B, fuel prediction, perf, V speeds, flaps. That's a good point. Trimmable horizontal stabilizer input. So let me just fix that in quickly. I will get round to having a little look at the rest of the aircraft and stuff shortly. Wet runway and 70.7 tons. 28. Runway 05 left. We'll do full length, and we'll plan for also an intersection at Alpha Golf. So actually our flex now is 53 with the weather. And the THS setting 0, 0, which is good. So maybe we're going to have to go down 0.0. There we go. We've got the departure into VATSIM anyway, so that's pretty good. And we should have a company message. ATSU. I'd been well prepared for this, folks, but just before the stream came live, I needed to sort out a few other things very quickly. Update the livery and a few other bits, so I had to come back out the sim. That's good. So we've got clearance delivery 1217 and 12185 is there. What information do we have? Manchester ATIS is info Victor. Runway use 5 left. Surface wind 040 at 12 knots. Blah, blah, blah. QNH 10018. And threshold caffeine all the 9s. Temperature 6 degrees. There's the new EFB. Let's pull in our data from SimBrief. Might take a little while because it's quite a long flight plan, quite a big flight plan. And have a quick little chat. Abdul's got his PC coming tomorrow, very nice. I know what I need to put in here, don't I?
High delivery Ryanair 553, ready for push and start, stand 53.
Ryanair 553, hold position, contact the ground, 121.850, bye bye.
121.850, Ryanair 553, bye bye.
So, let's get our clearance. Manchester delivery, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike at stand 42 Airbus A320 Neo with information Victor QNH 1005, request RFR clearance to Samos.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike Manchester, hello. Information Victor, cleared Samos, the Desig 1 Sierra departure, runway 05 left, squawk 0366.
Cleared to Samos, Desig 1 Sierra departure, runway 05 left, squawk 0366, Thomas Cook 422 Mike.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, read back correct, report ready.
Let's get rid of the steps.
Manchester British Airways 21. With information Victor, we're
Hey, there's Graham in the JMC.
A3220 Neo.
That's what I was trying to fiddle out. I was trying to get the
64.
model matching sorted for that, and we've got UC over there as well in the easy flight.
Speedbird 21, Manchester delivery, hello. Information Victor.
And a couple of updates to look out for. You'll notice there the walkway for Manchester has been completed between the hotel and the terminals.
251.
And eventually a train station will go in as well, and Terminal 2 is really coming along, looking awesome.
Roger that, clear the Listio departure.
And got new taxiways.
List 2Z departure. Listo transition. That's one. Speedbird 20.
So those of you with Birmingham Airport will know there's new textures and things on the
2-1,
taxiways,
reback
and that's
correct,
what he's
report
managed
ready.
to do here, as you can see, for Manchester, which is looking really good. There's a Jet 2 flight pushing back there. So I think we're pretty much ready to go. The stuff's out of the way. We'll get rid of the external power. Slightly behind schedule, I think, but we can't do much more than we've just done. Let's turn some lights on in the overhead. Standby compass. See what the signs are on. I think we're ready. So, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, fully ready.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, hold position, contact ground 121.850, bye bye.
Hold position, contact ground 121.850, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, bye. Stephen, good afternoon to you. And we've got tower on as well, so 121.85 for ground, and we've got tower 118.625. Manchester ground, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, stand 42, information Victor, request push start.
Cockpit to ground.
Thomas Cook 422.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
Push start approved, Thomas Cook 422 Mike. It's going to be basically a straight push, which is why we have no direction.
Pushing
in
back.
case you guys are wondering why we didn't get south or north. So because it's a straight push, we're literally going to go into this section here, this line.
Manchester ground, good afternoon, Skyways 261, runway vacated, and request taxis in the gate, please.
Skyways 261.
I'll deal with the route issues en route,
Following position, Skyways 261.
and I'll basically trick it. Well, as we get a bit closer, I'll do a couple of directs to try and skip the bad waypoints. Great liveries on flightsim.to. And let's get the engine started. So
Skyways 261, contact
Rock and
tower 118.625.
Contact tower
Strengths on.
118.625.
You're cleared behind it. You start your engines at your discretion.
Hi, Ryder 553, ready for taxi.
Ground. Correction, Manchester ground.
let's get some views.
Sorry, I didn't catch that because somebody spoke over the top of you. And Ryder 553, ready for taxi.
Runner 553, taxi, holding
Stephen,
point
nice.
Alpha
Rio
Golf
to
1
Paraguay,
via
CJ4,
Golf
very nice.
Juliet
Denboy, welcome
Kilo
to you.
Bravo Alpha.
Couple of compounding problems
Hold
with the route,
position Alpha
but
Golf 1
nothing we
by
can't
Golf
solve.
Juliet Kilo Bravo Alpha, Ryder 553.
JMC 633, stand 5, hold position number 1.
Pushback complete. Set parking brakes,
I'll click
please.
on. By Rev,
Parking brakes set.
is the
Roger.
EFB working?
Get the turbines disconnected and equipment is clear. We'll see you on the left side with the pin.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go to hand signals.
John,
Thanks.
about 4 hours from
See you
now.
later.
And 6, push start approved, face south.
There's our dispatch, there's our load sheet as well from Simbrief, although I might need to change my keybinds somewhat. And these are currently an op, so don't worry about them. These are going to be working soon, they're going to be awesome as well. So we're basically, it's the Pushback helper mod is going to be built into this, so we can trigger all of these eventually, although they're not active just yet.
2-1,
And
Roger.
you can just click the screen at the top right and turn it off.
6-3, push and start approved, face south, and your mic is a bit quiet.
Push and start approved facing south. Speedbird 21. How's that sound?
021, much better.
Roger that, thank you.
John, yeah, no problem at all. It's nice for you to tune in anyway. So, taxi stuff then. Let's get me charts ready. Thomas Cook 422 Mike, request taxi.
Thomas Cook 422, Mike, taxi, holding point Bravo 4 via Juliet Foxtrot, Bravo.
Taxi hold point Bravo 4 via Juliet Foxtrot Bravo, Thomas Cook 422 Mike. So that's a little intersection on the way. So a little bit of power, shall we? We've got flaps 1 plus F. We want wing lights, taxi lights. We are very heavy today. Let's get rid of the APU. Oops, wrong button. And we're rolling. Slight delay to departure. So new taxiways that have gone in today.
Jan 633, stand 5, push and start.
So this is what you guys are going to be able to look forward to when you update your Manchester scenery coming in the next sort of few days. Loads of new sort of concrete slabs, taxiway markings and things, really nice. And lights look great in the bad weather. So it's Juliet onto Foxtrot, which is this right. And I can check that because I can see the sides. So on we go, Foxtrot.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike. Continue taxi holding point Alpha Golf 1 via Bravo and Alpha.
Continue taxi, hold point Alpha Golf 1 via Bravo and Alpha, Thomas Cook 422 Mike. So, that is
Ryanair 553
what we planned for actually, as a secondary
118
takeoff for the performance. So I'm just going to check out V speeds, Alpha Golf.
118.625, Ryanair 553, bye-bye.
No, flex is 48 now for that one. So in that goes. And in fact what we will have to do is just check our V-speeds haven't updated.
Easy 902 Papa Hotel, request taxi.
So taxi along Bravo.
Easy 92 Papa Hotel.
Set auto brake max.
Taxi
Some flaps have
holding
stopped, so
point
takeoff
Alpha
config
4
test.
via Lima Charlie Alpha.
Alpha 4 via
There's
Lima
the
Papa
amazing
and Alpha.
Manchester Airport scenery with Macco Simulations.
Was it, sorry, Lima Charlie and
I'm
Alpha
going to get a screenshot of that
Easy
for
92
him.
Papa Hotel.
Easy
Must be
92
busy.
Papa Hotel via Lima Charlie Alpha.
There's a
holding
link
point
in the
Alpha
description,
4.
folks, so those of you who haven't yet got it and you might want to
Alpha 4
purchase
via
this.
Lima Charlie and
Macco
Alpha.
Simulations is in the
Easy
chat.
92 Papa
Welcome.
Hotel.
I'm just catching up. It's been a very everything's been rushed today so far, but we're getting there. There's the fire station.
JMC 633 taxi holding point Bravo 4.
Radar Robbo, good afternoon.
via
There's the fire
Juliet
station. Let's have a little look at
Echo
that as we go
and
past. Waving us off with the blue lights.
Speedbird 21,
Back on
ready
the line,
for
shall we?
taxi.
Speedbird 21 taxi holding point Delta 2 via Echo
This
and
is the
Delta.
heaviest I've flown this in a long time. What I will say though, if you're not using the tablet, then just press the top right and turn it off.
Delta.
It's great to have it on, but at the moment functionality is not
Speedbird 21 negative
complex.
holding point
It's
Delta
not doing a lot,
2
so
via Echo and
there's
Delta.
Jet 2 flight taking off there, 737-800.
Holding point Delta 2 via Echo and Delta. Speedbird 21.
Manchester Ground, good afternoon, Skyways 261, holding up Papa 1,
Should be
request
getting a
taxi to the
handoff
gate,
very
please.
soon.
Skyways 261 Manchester Ground, good afternoon. Taxi holding point Papa 4 via Papa.
Look at this cool taxiway.
Holding up
It is
Papa 4 by
textures.
Papa.
It's awesome. Very cool.
Easy 92 Papa Hotel, continue taxi holding point Alpha Golf 1 via Alpha.
Alpha Golf 1 via Alpha. Easy 92 Papa Hotel.
Let's So we've got 118625 ready, that is the tower's frequency. 118625, lovely. And then after that we've got all the London centres are on, good grief. Wow. I don't even know which one we'd be going to.
633 after the Skyways A320 passes in front of you from left to right. Continue taxi holding point Alpha Golf 1 via Bravo and Alpha.
Alpha Golf's here where the wigwags are. There it is on the signs. Need to work on my brake action, I think.
Speedbird 2-1, Manchester ground, are you ready to taxi?
So he's not quite seen us.
Yes, sir. We're already moving. Speedbird.
Manchester's very busy. Look at that. Thomas Cook 422 Mike, request frequencies change.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, roger, contact tower 118.625, enjoy a flight, bye bye.
Tower on 118625 for Thomas Cook 422 Mike, thank you very much and see you soon.
You're welcome. Easy 92 Papa.
Manchester Tower, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, holding at Alpha Golf 1, ready for departure.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, good afternoon Manchester Tower, Alpha Golf 105 left, clear to take off, surface wind 040 degrees, 1 knots.
Clear for takeoff, Thomas Cook 422 Mike.
Manchester Tower, good afternoon, EC92 Papa Hotel holding Alpha Golf 1.
Surface at Dessig is 5,000 for the initial climb out. So here we go.
EC92 Papa Hotel, good afternoon Manchester Tower, continue taxi Alpha
Those of you with channel memberships, you've got new Toga and Flex emojis now as well, which went live last night, so check them out, give them a go for our departure.
633, good afternoon Manchester Tower, continue taxi Alpha Golf 1.
We are heavy, 72 tonnes. Flex, thrust set. There goes Graham. UC's down there somewhere as well, 100 knots. Let's pull that nose wheel pressure off. The patchwork quilt, runway V1, rotate.
EC92 Papa Hotel by 05 left, madam.
So very good.
05 left to EC92 Papa Hotel.
And there goes Manchester. Flight deck, autopilot 1 on. Bring that vertical speed down a tad. Leave a climb, down into the climb gate. I'm just catching the new emojis. Very cool.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, no further speed, Mark 2 com, 122 decimal, good afternoon.
Quality Unicom 122 decimal 8, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, thank you services, bye. Flaps can go in and disarm the spoilers as well. 70.6 tonnes there, you can see. Jacob, that's a great question. The steering tiller doesn't do anything yet. Just going to go continue up to 16,000, I think. It's lovely. Good morning to you. Welcome back. Just departed out of Manchester. And we're checking out quite a few little bits today. So we've had a little look at Manchester Airport very briefly on departure. And we're also checking out some performance fixes for the A32NX. Some of you that use it might know, or might remember that we've got issues with frame rates.
tree behind the departing geese, just ahead of A32NX near via Alpha Golf 1, line up from 05 left behind.
So they've found over the last few weeks that after a flight of about 2 hours, all the frames really pretty much just drop off. So I'm testing a fix for that at the moment. Though we are pushing it, because I'm streaming as well, so that makes it a little bit more intensive on the aircraft and on the sim, I guess I should say. We've got London CDES Centre, and I cannot for the life of me work out which ones we should be contacting. Let me have a little look. I should know this. I haven't even bothered with Volanta today. Let's have a little look. So we're staying on the northern corridor really, flying north of RF Coningsby, RF Waddington, RF Scampton. So I guess we're not going to be contacting any of those by the looks of it. So we'll be contacting some in Europe. Route today, let me show you guys Navigraph as we climb on out. And just refresh this so we keep climbing. That's all looking good in the murk. So, Streamlabs, Navigraph, there we go. So there's our route today, folks. Going from Manchester, we've just departed on the top left of your screens on the Desi 1 Sierra departure. We're then heading east across England, touching the tip of Norfolk and out over the water, over the North Sea. Across to just pretty much north of Amsterdam, which is down here where the hand is at the moment, and then we'll be heading south-east through German airspace and all these as well. There's the Adriatic coast, and into Greek airspace, then down across the Med into Samos. And we're punching through clouds, so let me get the view back for you guys. Keith's having his morning coffee, nice. I'm having a little cup myself, got to be done. Passing 10,000. Tower and cumulonimbus. Now we should, yeah. And I don't think I can change this one. Yeah, John, the weather is pretty good, I've got to say. Let's put the... Oh, the icing is on. Did I turn the icing on? I don't think I did. I'm certain I didn't turn the icing on. I can't remember now. I'm sure I didn't. I just noticed there it said engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice, and I was thinking to myself, I'm pretty certain I didn't turn those on. That's on auto, but I'll put it on. They didn't come on automatically. They must have done. I'm hoping this is a substantial fix for us, and we're going to check it out. We'll soon find out if we get problems. Who's next then? Amsterdam radar, I think. 12575. We've got loads of French controllers on as well. UC, hello. How's the yeah, nice weather as always. How's the FPS fix package going for you? We're going to have to go through this in a little while as well and work through this flight plan and try and fix it. You see, now you're in the chat actually, did you notice that when we imported the route that we sorted on Discord, we had a load of very aloof waypoints? I'm not sure if you had the same thing, but I've had a couple where they've just gone really messy. So we're going to have to deal with that en route. I'm not sure if you've had the same thing. 125.750 for Amsterdam radar, who I think we will contact next. Jonathan, so there's a, I'm pretty sure I turned that off as well. So I've had anti-icing come on, and I'm certain I didn't turn that on myself. And then ignition mode switch has flicked back to start, but at least I didn't turn them off. So Samos, I should say. Those of you who watched the channel at the start of the week, there was a video that I put live on there, and it was basically how to do the circle to land at Samos. Samos is unique in the sense that it is a mandatory circle to land. There's no other approach, procedure or pattern in place for it. So now we're out of the clouds for a little bit as well. I'll show you guys what I mean. So there's a DME arc approach, which kind of looks like that, and then a straight in arrival, but then you have to brake left or right for the circle to land. Let's have a little look. It might be easier to use the charts list. So there are a couple of the options basically, and that's flying over with the VOR or DME, and you can either come in via Ormos, which is where we are coming in through. Let's have a little look. So we're currently going to be flying in through Ormos, and you can either break off and fly a DME arc, 14 DME arc all the way around to Delox, and then you fly pretty much up to the airport there, or we fly Ormos straight over the airport and we loop round like I did in the tutorial. The approaches kind of look something like this, and you'll notice in the middle of the screen the runway is 09 and 09 and 27. But this is showing that we actually have to fly away from the airport south, back on ourselves, and then we come up north to come back towards the airport, which is quite odd. And there's no other charts, because pretty much where this ends, you have to break off and fly a manual circle to land. There's no refs charts for it either on Navigraph, which makes it a little interesting. And the runway is only 2,044 metres long in total. Now, what makes it very difficult, as I mentioned in the tutorial, is the border here. So, in the middle of this water, between the two islands here, for example, is this grey dashed line, and that is the separation line between Greek airspace and Turkish airspace. And you can't fly into Turkish airspace when you're doing this procedure. So, as I showed in the Samos tutorial the other day, we broke off to the right, and you come within about half a mile of touching the airspace as you're sweeping around and flying manually, which is a tough one. And there's another one as well where you brake left and you fly around over the land, and you're pretty much flying down the hill with the hill, if that makes sense. So it's a very difficult approach, very exciting, and it all happens very quickly as well. Rakeem, hello. Should start to become a bit more accurate. Let me have a little look. It's factoring in time and a few other things, and I think it was factoring in weather too. I think I've still got Unreal Weather. No, this is Msfs live weather. Good. Winds aloft are great on that. Trying to write down our frames per second. I'm averaging between 30 to 40 currently, with a lot going on. And I've got a whole ton of add-ons and things working in the background too. Graham, good afternoon to you. Channel member, thank you as always for supporting the stream. Wooselman, hello, welcome. Jurassic, yeah, they really don't like each other though, that's the problem. So it's quite a strict do not fly through over that line. Jeff, good question. Let me find out actually. Doc Meta, LGSM. So winds are 180. Oh man, winds are 180 at 8 knots. So that's a complete. That is a complete crosswind, 8 knot crosswind for us. A few clouds at 1,800. So that's just above the ceiling for this procedure as well. So it's going to be interesting. The weather will probably change by the time we get there. If it favours 09, then that's going to be really good for us, because it's going to be opposite to the runway that I did in the tutorial, so then I'll have basically covered both. Vuselman, hopefully when we get closer, Greek radar or Athens radar will come online, and they tend to manage all of the islands as well. They're pretty good. Whenever we've flown to Greece on streams lately, we've usually had them online. So we actually tweaked the flight plan today to make it a little better for us. There was a lot of direct twos in the other one. So what I've actually worked on, thanks to UC actually, he worked on a new route for us to use. So we're going to make use of that today. But as we saw, we had a couple of input issues trying to get it to work. Jurassic. Yeah, quite a bit of rivalry. I think it's just one of those things that they'll never get along. Which is why one of the biggest things on this procedure is not flying in the air into Turkish airspace. But to make it difficult, it's only 3 miles. If you saw my tutorial, I was showing you a little map. It's only 3 miles away from the actual airport. So the departure procedure for Samos is quite interesting as well. You basically take off, and instantly you have to make a really steep, sharp turn to the left, I think it is, or to the right, to fly away from A, terrain, and B, Turkish airspace. Definitely an airport I would love to fly into in real life. I bet it's absolute chaos. Let's have a little look. Also have a little look at some controllers that are online for our journey so far today. There's a lot of London Centre on, but they're all covering pretty much the south of the UK from what it looks like. But we're flying over Amsterdam soon, so I'll be contacting them. Jacob, yeah, you're always welcome once you feel like you're confident enough to jump on and have a little go. And as William's saying there as well, we all go through that sort of stage where you don't really want to jump into the radio. That's interesting. That's not my custom view. What's happened there then? There we go. So, might have to try and sort out some of these bad waypoints. Thankfully, this is where Navigraph comes in handy, because you can actually go ahead and scroll through all of the different waypoints you're going to be going to, and you get to sort of piece it all together. But I hate it when it goes wrong. It's such a nightmare at times. Where did we got to? So the issue came about further down, didn't it? So we got Pam Misco. That's Honora, which is there. Donix, Buram, Rokil. What's that one then? Well, that's Mulder. WLD, Bavax, Takex, Lakol, or Vavor actually. It skipped Lakov, bizarrely. Pitar, Varob, Rekti, where's that one? That's there. Gorpa, Devil. The Sopo should be next. No, we've got Remso. Where's the Sopo then? Oh, good grief. God, it's got horribly wrong, hasn't it? Etrud Mess. Pivos. Oh wow, it's absolutely messed up from where have we got? God, it's terribly messed up. Rempsu basically, which was after Devil. So I think I need to put it in here because it's bugged. Rempso. Devil, Rempso. Clear a Sopo. We need Medux, which is there for some reason, which is why this is all messed up. This is bizarre. Let's get rid of MES. Let's get rid of Pivos. We're going to have to delete pretty much everything over Greek airspace. Rempsu, Medux, and then Kogat, which is there. God, this is very bizarre. Then TSL, which is Thessaloniki. Then we should have a Sopo. What I have to do is put that in here. From TSL, this is where it gets so frustrating sometimes, guys. There's an airway and it's the UN 130, so let's see if I can put this in. UN 130 to pretty much straight to Samos, I believe. 130 to Mesta, MES. I'm just going to insert that and see if that works. This is more nav data problems rather than the actual mod. And it won't be a problem. What has it done here? It won't be a problem when we get the actual working flight plan manager in place. Etrud, Pivos, MES. Oh, God's sake. Pivos. Let's have a little look. They don't make it easy, do they? Where was Pivos? Irana, Mikra, Sopo, Etrud, Pivos, MES. Oh, and then it goes back to Thessaloniki for some reason. But that's fine, because I expected that. So, before a Sopo, we want to put in, so we go in here, TSL, and that's going to be our Thessaloniki waypoint. I feel like we're fixing this. I'll get back to the live chat very shortly. I don't want to. I'm conscious I'm neglecting that, but I'm also trying to fix this. So I'm going to delete TSL in a minute, but I'm going to use that Duff waypoint to my advantage, actually. So from Pivos MES, then we wanted Pipen. So I'm going to use this to sort of, I'm playing the bug against itself, basically. There's TSL, Pipen, and then we should have the actual arrival. So we'll do like direct. It depends on what's on VATSIM actually. It says Pipen then Ormos. So I'll put in Ormos as well. and then I'll delete the TSL at the very bottom, that Duff waypoint. And I think that should be, he says, fixed. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Let's insert that. Clear this TSL. It's not going to let me do it, is it? Oh man. Pipen. This is why I think people are just giving up on the sim and going back to things like X-Plane. But I've got a couple of minutes to fix it. We've got 4 or 5 hours to fix it, really. Pipen, and then it was Ormos. Actually, I've just figured out another way I might be able to trick this. Ormos from TSL. So that's how I had it set up a minute ago, with the Duff waypoint that wants to get us back. And then if I, let me just catch up on the live chat, good grief. I appreciate you guys being really patient with me trying to get this sorted. Some kind words from Graham there to Jacob, wanting to get started on VATSIM. And thank you, yeah, hopefully, I'm glad you found the tutorials on the channel helpful to you guys. And as Jurassic Lark saying as well, once you, for the first time, once you're prepared and you get over that initial mic fright, it does get much easier. I've created a couple, as you're saying there, I've created a couple of little free tutorial guides, PDF documents that basically you can use for free to help you get confident. Where are we now? Conscious I want to time my contact with Amsterdam radar nicely, just passing the English coast actually. Loads of time. John, yeah, might have fallen asleep. You see, Greek part of the flight you haven't touched. Yeah, so for me, bizarrely, from Greek airspace, it seems to have really mucked it all up, really. For me. Not quite sure how. Jonathan, it's a good question. I think it's just a bad way that SimBrief has integrated, it's pulled the data in today, I think. Not quite sure of the reason, to be honest. Every now and again, you get these odd bugs pop up, so as long as you know how to deal with it, it doesn't give you too many problems. Let's get the seatbelt signs off as well, shall we? Yeah, Jonathan, what I'm actually using today is the Navigraph beta program with the AirAC stuff. So this is the Navigraph nav data, but I think it's just a clash. I think the sim currently clashes with the add-on data, I think, at the moment. Hopefully it'll be fixed at some point in the future. Elba Pino, yeah, thank you. That's what I was going to be doing actually. I was going to enter the Samos arrival to then get waypoints after the bad TSL waypoint and then delete it. You've saved yourself a load of crashes, that's all I can say. Yeah. Philip in Australia, welcome. Wow. Thanks for tuning in. We're using the Navigraph beta nav data today. Lazarus, yeah, I could open the VFR map, but I try and avoid it as much as possible. And at the moment, what I try and do is just look at trying to fix it in as any way as I possibly can, really. And Simone's got a little tip there as well. That's quite interesting. Effectively, what I was going to do, Elba Pino mentioned it in the chat actually as well. So there's two TSL waypoints where it seems to have got itself confused. There's the correct one. And then there's one right at the bottom there, which is completely incorrect. So, as Pino was saying in the chat, what you can do is go in and select a approach. Let's say, for example, LGSM, arrival. It's a mandatory circle to land, so both VOR and MDB reach 0. And we're going to be flying in via the Ormos arrival. And we'll do the VMR DME procedure like I did in the tutorial at the start of the week. So that's the Ormos 2 Alpha arrival. And we want to fly in via SAM, which is the Samos VOR. So you fly over the airport. We insert that, and then if we go right to the bottom, it should have added on all the new waypoints. There's the correct TSL. Oh, and it's fixed itself. Well, that's handy. There's plan mode. Oh, lovely. There we go. Well done, Airbus. So, as you can see as well, when I mentioned about mandatory circle to land, there's the airport. We're going to fly over the airport from Ormos, which is just on the left of the nav display up here. And then we're going to do this VOR circle procedure. But the airport's here. You'll notice that at 9 DME, the flight plan stops, because from there, the automation can't do anything else for Samos. It's a particularly difficult approach. It's pretty much, from overflying the airport, it's pretty much all down to the pilot inputs. So I'll do it manually, and I'll do manual heading select, track FPA mode and things like I did in the tutorial. And we'll fly around directly back to the airport, and we'll break off left or right. And as we get a little closer, what I'll do is I'll show you guys one of the Fly UK event sheets with a really handy map actually. It's an old map that's not used anymore, but it's perfect for the circle to land procedure. And it points out a couple of visual references. So when we're actually committed to this procedure, you need to look out for, there's a pier at one point, or there's a little village, there's a shed with a white roof, and a few other things as well actually. And at certain points you need to be at 1,100 foot or 900 foot, and you're juggling all of this while you're flying it manually as well. So it's a very full-on procedure, but it's great to fly, one of my favourites. And there's some great freeware scenery as well for Samos. Jeff, yeah, it's pretty much touching mainland Turkey, isn't it? It's really close. But there we go, we're up. You can see at 37,000 feet how narrow our flight envelope is. There's our green dot there at 242 knots. And there's the bottom here, there's our start of our stall warning basically at 212. So it's a very tight envelope for us for this. What are we on? 12575 for
Lufthansa
Amsterdam.
465 after Sugol, direct Sierra Papa Lima.
Jacob, nice. Hopefully you found that useful.
Sierra Papa
Oh, there we go. Good timing.
7671, climb flight level 370.
Climb level 370, orange 7671.
Amsterdam radar, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, inbound PAM, flight level 370.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, hello, identified.
There we go.
Amsterdam radar, hello, Skyway 290 Delta, climbing to flight level 370, currently at flight level 310, direct to Redva. Skyway 290 Sierra Delta, hello, Roger.
Amsterdam radar, good afternoon.
There we go. Jurassic Hotel, right down to the problem there.
370 input PAM. East 92 Papa Hotel, hello, identified.
We've got those frustrating pixely clouds again for some reason, which is a
Hotel
little
4,
odd.
contact London 118.475, voorbij.
Jacob, yeah. Don't let it put you off. It's great fun.
Owen 7671, contact Rijns Control 128.3, voorbij.
Rijms 128.3, dat is door 7671.
Well, I'm going to show you guys. Open a new tab.
French
Open a new
V2,
tab.
question French V6 to stop the climb flight of all 270.
So, let me just work on something, and I'm going to show you guys with the window capture how
225, contact Paris on 128.1.
how this procedure is going to play out as we get a little closer.
French V602, contact Paris 128.1, bye-bye.
So,
128.1 French B602, ciao.
there we go.
EC1842, Malta Unicom, bye-bye.
So, as you can see here, if I zoom in, we're going to fly over Samos. It's a very old picture, so it's quite blurry. We're going to come in over to the terrain here on the left of the screen, fly over the airport. We're going to break off and fly this VOR procedure here down to 9 DME, like I did in the tutorial. Setting up as we go for our final approach. And the final approach actually starts here as we fly.
3566, are you able to fly the full 390 for cruise?
390
as we fly straight back to the airfield,
Thanks, Skyrise 3566, fly the full
opposite to the
390.
direction of the runways. And you can see here at 4 DME, we've got to break off left or right. And there's the Turkish airspace right here, 3.5 miles away from the airport itself, so really tight.
Hearings, discourse.
The tutorial that I've done shows landing on
Eurowing
27,
7465 to
so
port
we
Mach
break
number.
off 040 over there. But wind permitting, hopefully what I intend to do today is this one here,
7465, port your maintain Mach decimal
where we
77
break off
or
left for
greater.
runway 09. And we basically fly in along with the hill, and there's a shed with a white roof
Skyrise
here.
1162, proceed direct Echo, Echo
We have to
Lima.
be 400 foot, we pretty much fly straight over the roof of this
Direct
shed.
Echo, Echo Lima.
And then touch down about 5 seconds later. So it's a very cool approach.
Okay, Symbol 9er, contact Paris 128.1. Okay, then 719er,
Jonathan, yeah, sometimes that's easier, isn't it? Actually setting the approach beforehand.
Amsterdam radar, good afternoon.
Jason,
330
yes,
Hotel
we're
is with you
just about to
climbing
touch
to
Dutch
flight level
airspace. That's who we're contacting at the moment,
370,
actually, Amsterdam radar.
inbound Redfar.
Jacob,
Skyrise 35, question Skyrise
Yes,
33,
so-
hello, identified.
they've improved it quite significantly now, so you can decrease the sensitivity somewhat.
Amsterdam radar, buenos días.
Mats, hello, welcome. Channel member,
Hey,
thank you for supporting the stream. Mats as
Jacob
well,
217, hello, climb flight
if you're on Discord,
290.
ping one of us so I can get you access into the lounge,
heavy.
because that's one of your
465,
membership
contact triple
perks.
approach 121.2, bye-bye.
121.2.
So make sure you DM either me or a mod and let us know what your username is on
First 4
Discord.
Yankee Mike, due to traffic, stop the climb flight level 350.
Hanover EDV. So we're going Brussels, Dutch into German. We haven't got any German controllers online. Actually, we've got Munich.
Skyway 116.
That's the other side though.
2 report. Actually, Skyway 1162, report Mach number? Mach number decimal 78, Skyway 1162.
Nice.
Roger. And Skyway 162, maintain Mach decimal 78. Maintain decimal 78, Skyway is 1116.
Hearing 7 for Whiskey, request to leave Copper for around 1 minutes.
Hearing 5 Alpha Whiskey, maintain
Jason,
Mach
the
decimal
Hotel 655
77, and that's approved, report back.
Hearing 7 for Whiskey, Mac
Right, so as we're assessing the performance as we make our way across, let's have a little look at what we've done with the EFB so far. So there it is placed.
JMC 633, hello,
Click it.
identified.
Just one click and it will turn on. And you can see our progress so far. If you start it for the first time, you need to go to the company tab and add your SIM brief
hello,
username
climb
in
flight
here.
default 240.
And then on the dashboard you can click from SIM brief and it'll import the route.
993, contact
So
Paris
call sign,
128.1,
Airbus A320, so aircraft type there, and our
993.
departure destination airports, which is really cool, and our basically our scheduled time of arrival and departure, and the route as well that we've got filed with the distance 1,460 nautical miles. So it's showing that we should arrive at 5 PM UK time. We've got the weather here in a decoded METAR, so it's really easy for people to understand.
Hello, climb fighter 42.
But below it,
correct,
we've also got
2990.
the technical METAR with all the detail, and the world map as well. One thing I will say in the world map, there's a little link at the bottom here saying leaflet, OpenStreetMap, Carto
Hearing
DB.
7465, about to leave that airspace.
Don't click any of those, because if you do,
it
brings up a page on here that you can't get it out of. But the map, you can scroll in and have a little look. So there's the Netherlands.
Amsterdam radar, Skyways 232 with you, flight level 3304380.
But it will zoom back and show you your rough position, which is really cool.
Skyways 232, hello, identified, roger.
The dispatch bit's really nice as well. That's going to be changed over time as well. You've got all our max capacities
Lufthansa
and our sim brief.
climb to 360,
Load sheet.
through.
Over time, hopefully we'll be able to scroll through that.
Lufthansa 470, hello, Squawk 2754.
And fuel and payload will be updated at some point in the future. Jurassic, yeah, it should do.
77, contact Paris 128.1.
The flight page will come very soon as well. This is all very early development, folks.
For information, you can expect higher in the next, let's say, 20 miles per hour.
And this is going to be cool, so we'll be able to actually use a free pushback helper app, and it will be built into the mod. And basically we'll be able to control pushback using those simple buttons, and catering baggage jetway fuel as well, which is going to be really amazing. And you can see it's charging up there. It does actually have a battery as well now, so if you turn aircraft power on at the start of your trip, if you spawn in and you haven't yet got all your power on the aircraft,
217
click
for
the box,
initial cruise, initial
open, basically wake the iPad up,
is what's your request level, 370 or 390 for your
and it will run off battery for a short period of time until you've got aircraft power, and it'll start to charge again. And there's a settings box there as well, which will be updated over time. There's a poll on the FlyByWire Discord server at the moment, which I highly recommend checking out. And it's on their Twitter as well. And you can actually go and there's two options. There's a concept design for the EFB. You can vote for which one you prefer. Link MCDU as well will come very soon. So you can click that and it will link everything with this, which is quite incredible. What we could do is get the TAF
775, hello, climb fighter 240.
weather request. Let's get the TAF for Samos, so we can see what the forecast is going to be. We're around about 4:30, 4 o'clock, which is going to be roughly when we're going to be in our descent.
Radar, Skyway 1342 with you passing 272.
And we'll just have to monitor things as we go as well.
1342, hello, identified.
To make sure we don't get any erroneous bugs.
Center kilometer 78.
78, hello again. You're going westbound. What are you? What's your destination first of all?
We're going to Curacao, but I have some issues with the airplane. So excuse me about that. We continue route at this moment 78.
Okay, your destination seems to be off by at least 1,000 miles. Your destination in my system is Vienna.
So MCDU menu, ATSU, AOC.
Okay, I've resent the flight plan.
Look at this, so we
at
print
this
it out.
moment, kilometer 78.
Yeah, I can see that. Thank you very much.
Read the weather forecast.
Alpha Bravo, November Echo Delta.
Anything from 4 o'clock onwards is going to be relevant. Might not even have any data for us. We'll have a little look. So, on the 6th of Feb, which is today's date, at 11 o'clock, is when this was produced, and
good evening.
I saw us turning then, I had a little panic. So then the forecast is showing 6 from 12 o'clock to 2100, winds 160 at 8 knots, all the 9s, a few clouds at 1800. So that looks like it's going to be favouring runway 09. So we're going to be able to do the extra approach that I didn't cover in the tutorial, which would be awesome. So make sure you check that out. Samos has tower online now. That's brilliant. 3 hours too early. Jurassic, no problem at all. Thank you. I appreciate waiting. It was very hectic. If you're arriving at a destination on VATSIM and you're on Unicorn,
217, climb fighter 370. I got a late CPLC response from you. Okay, clear to climb to level 370, Yankee
If
217.
I'm aircraft arriving at destination of VATSIM and I'm on Unicom for centre, at what point would I contact approach or tower if you're online? So, as Jonathan's saying there, they usually ping you a message to contact them, which is a good way of figuring it out.
10,000 climbing restricted
If
to
you're entering a star, usually that first waypoint is a transition off an airway, and you're already starting a descent below, say, for example, 14,000 feet. So usually that's a good time to contact approach. If you're on Unicom, that's normally the very first waypoint of the star roll, contact the approach controller, and that's just an easier way of looking at it. So let's show an example to help. So, Samos, for example, there's 10, 16 miles, 18.1 miles between the airport and Almos, which is the start of the arrival procedure. And we want to be at 7,000 foot at that point, according to the charts. Just before I touch Almos, if Samos Approach was online, for example, I would contact Samos Approach at that point. They might contact you early as well, just say, please contact me, which is great, because then you've got a little bit more coverage at an earlier time frame. If we look at Manchester, for example, and we look at the arrivals into Manchester, let's pick one, Dane 2 Alpha.
All stations are requesting via private jet to leave the flight deck. Yeah, it's fine with me. Just I'm not going to respond to 5 billion contact me's or whatever.
There we go. So, say for example we're flying in on a Rosen 1 Foxtrot arrival, as we did a few weeks back. Just before you reach hotbed, if you're on Unicom, I would contact the approach controller at that point, or Gollers. You can contact them there, they might tell you it's a bit too early, but they'll just then tell you a waypoint to call them up at.
With him and Unicom 128. Bye-bye.
Earlier the better, and if you're leaving it late, they'll just contact you anyway and say, please contact me.
Alex 722 on this.
That is correct, mate. Can we have our higher altitude now?
Finally with you. Alex 722, climb flight level 290.
Hopefully that explains it, or at least helps.
Squares 4 Yankee, Mike, climb flight level 370, apologies.
Continue up to flight level 370, service point, mate.
What I wanted to do as well is set, so I've got that set as a view, but I've got, where is it set? That one I think, Alt 7, which is a bit of a random one that doesn't quite work. What I want to do is actually set
establish 03
an exterior view like this.
195. Base 195, runway 03 clear to land, wind 05 degrees 1 for knots. After then you can taxi it on
It's effectively a cockpit view, so you don't have the noise. There's an aeroplane behind us, look, that's cool. That's one of the guys flying with us to Samos.
Thanks for your service, bye-bye, Reserve 195.
Skyway 330 Hotel, I think I have a right engine failure. Could I descend to, say, 350 to maintain speed?
Skyway 330 Hotel, Roger, let me know with further intention when you have them.
So, was it Control Alt 7, I think it was.
KLM 775 requesting further climb.
KLM 775, contact London 118.475.
Just no problem at all. Hopefully that helps explain
118.475.
What you're asking, of course. If anyone else has got any questions about the A32NX mod
118.475.
or anything else, just let me know, and we'll try and answer it all in the chat as we make our way to Samos. Lots of time to answer questions today,
Unicom, bye.
as we're testing these new performance fixes.
Thomas Cook, 422 Mike, Unicom, bye.
Unicom, Thomas Cook 422, thank you, bye.
Jordanian 819er, climb flight level 350.
Jeff, it's just potluck, I think. There is a way to check the schedules. For example, in the UK, there's a bookings site. So you can actually go ahead and take a little look. I should probably have that on flight plan mode still. You can actually go onto a bookings part of the VATSIM website and take a little look. You can take a little look at the roster, so you can see when Manchester or Gatwick or Heathrow, for example, might have coverage, but it is mainly sort of potluck. A controller might just log on one day and think, you know what, I'm gonna go on if they're, say for example, a ground controller, they might fancy Manchester for the day, so they'll just log on. The busier airports tend to have better coverage. Edinburgh is a popular one as well. That's a training base, so getting used to being on the network is always a good place to start. Places like Edinburgh. Aviation simulation. I didn't know. I spent a long time actually trying to find historic Thomas Cook flight numbers for some of the Greek routes they did, but I couldn't find any, so I'll be interested to find out what website you use there. I spent about 40 minutes googling it yesterday, and in the end I just settled for a random number. Thomas Cook flight 42 was Manchester to Punta Cana. Wow. I assume then that was in the A330. Did they have A330s? I can't remember now, good grief. It feels like forever and a day ago when TCX went bust. Yeah, Jurassic. So Edinburgh's one of the training centre bases for it's one of the training centre bases basically for VATSIM. Mats, I'm just sorting out your access into the lounge as well on Discord, bear with me. I'm having to do it on mobile. And there you go, you've got your access into the club lounge for members. Where is Punta Cana? Seriously? It's in the Caribbean. It is it's a Spanish colony, colony actually. But yeah, the Dominican Republic, Punta Cana, it's in the Caribbean. Nice. Keith had his honeymoon there. Very nice. I've only been there once, and we got hit with Hurricane Maria, sadly. So it was literally day 7 into a 14-day holiday, and it obliterated the hotel. We were in a hurricane shelter for 36 hours, so it's kind of ruined the holiday a little bit. Been to Antigua. Antigua's absolutely fantastic. Love it there. Jeff, how hard is it to dive into VATSIM and get trained up? So I signed up to try and be a controller. Oh, when was that? Middle of September for VATSIM UK. And it's roughly a 6-month waiting list to get a seminar, just to get that OBS Part 1. So you have to do a seminar and a couple of initial exams online before you can then go through to your training. And at the moment I've just done my 3rd session of training 2 days ago to be a ground controller, and it's really full on actually. There's a lot of depth involved, but it's very enjoyable as well, I've got to say. And then when you reach a level of decent competence, you have to then do a practical exam. So a couple of the senior controllers will come online. They'll basically run a mock session with a whole load of aircraft. You need to reroute people, and it's definitely a lot simpler flying one plane and dealing with one aircraft. Nico Ferres, nice Spanish. And New Boy, no, there's no Edinburgh add-on just yet, sadly. We're still waiting for all of that. A little frustrating. Edinburgh would be a great add-on actually. John, yeah, maybe some other time, but it won't be on the VATSIM network. That's going to be, you can't do that on the VATSIM network actually. So squawking 7700 and things is pretty much a immediate immediate ban really. Just sorting out a few little bits as well for this test that I'm doing. So when we loaded in on the ground, we're about 50 frames per second. After departure, we're about 35 average. So we've been going, what, an hour now? 1 hour? And we're still at 35 frames per second average. So in the next 30 minutes, it's going to be a real tell to see if this is fixed for the frames per second issue. Otherwise we'll be dropping back into the realms of 8-bit. Yeah, Jurassic, you're right actually, there is a freeware Edinburgh scenery. I think it's some minor tweaks. John, no problem at all. Whereabouts are you flying from? Hopefully as well, it's in a fixed version of the A320 or the CRJ. I was in the CRJ yesterday, so you may or may not have remembered or tuned in at the time, and it was really good actually. Very impressed. The flight plan manager, the FMC is so far advanced compared. How heavy are we still? So we've got wow, 69 tons still. We are heavy. Heathrow to it. I thought you were going to say something real short like Dallas to Atlanta or something like that. Wow. About 10-hour flight time, I think, is it? 9 hours? 9.5, 10 hours, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, aviation sim, I think it is just light enhancements, a couple of jetways, air bridges put in, and I think that might only, I think that's it, I think. Might be wrong. I haven't bothered with the Edinburgh freeware enhancement, just 'cause I remember looking at it, it was very minor adjustments to improve it. Someone was asking how to, Nick Avores actually was explaining a VOR approach. So I've run a couple of tutorials on the channel for VOR approaches, so check them out. But in effect, I'll go through it in detail and actually do it with the Samos approach, because that is in essence a VOR arrival. So we're gonna fly a VOR approach into Samos and then a complete visual manual landing. So kind of double whammy. So make sure you tune in for the end. Orbeck's doing Edinburgh. I think you might be right with that actually. I remember discussing it on Discord the other day. I'm trying to remember now. I think it was. I think you're right. If you're watching and you're enjoying the stream so far as well, please do give us a little thumbs up, a like. And if you're new to the channel, I'd love it if you guys click that subscribe button as well down below. Be sure to say hello in the chat if you haven't done so already. If you've got any questions at all, just fire them away and I'll try and answer them. .787, nice. I haven't touched the 787 to be fair, John. It's quite bad in the sim, in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Unless you're using X-Plane or something, that'd be quite good. I can't wait for the Quality Wings 787. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. UC awesome. Same for me actually. Let's have a quick check again. So frames, yeah, averaging about 35 frames, and that's with an overlay thing running away in the background for the stream. YouTube's live studio command center thing, vPilot, and Streamlabs. A couple of times it dips down to about 25, but mainly about 30 frames I would say, which is kind of usual actually. That's quite standard. So it looks like this performance fix is going to be quite promising. Quite a lot of QA testers, about 4 or 5 QA testers are going to be dealing with all this, checking it out, putting it through its paces. Jurassic, you make a good point there, really. There's some great scenery around Scotland, so it is a bit of a shame actually there's no photogrammetry upgrade or some key cities. I think Edinburgh might be. I remember have they done Edinburgh? I can't remember now. I feel like they might have upgraded Edinburgh and they've built like the Forth Bridge and a few other sort of key things as well around Scotland. Barrow will be nice, but of course it would be better if we had a Twin Otter for that. But that is coming as well from Aerosoft, and it looks like as well the theory that I spoke about on the channel the other day with a couple of you guys watching a stream the other week. We were discussing how it seems to be that everything's lining up for the Aerosoft CLJ to be released at the same time as the World Update. At least that was my theory at the time, and it looks like more things are being put in place to suggest that is going to happen. So watch this space. It's going to be potentially not only a World Update on the 11th, but also the release of a CLJ from Aerosoft, and I can't wait for that. I'll be diving straight in, I think, over the next sort of week after release with a couple of videos or some streams thrown straight into the CLJ, I think, to give it a go. Peter, I'm glad you're enjoying the flight, welcome. Abdul, yeah, great view, fantastic view. We're getting the strange Microsoft Flight Simulator pixel clouds again though, bizarrely, which I haven't had for a little while. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. They might change over time. But we're on Microsoft Flight Simulator's live weather engine today, because it tends to be very accurate actually now. Jurassic, yeah, Fly UK regional hops in the CLJ would be great. I'll probably be smashing in and out of Birmingham quite a lot actually in the CLJ. Quite a lot of Fly UK routes for that, of course, out of Birmingham. And we've got the great Macco Simulation Birmingham Airport as well, which is at the moment in early access, but really good. Great price as well. I think it's $7.99 from memory, British pounds. So highly recommend taking a look at that. Cadet Fredo, hello, welcome. Jacob, yeah, Asobo, I think they've been doing very good. They've been doing quite well actually, I think, with learning and improving updates. But the previous World Updates, that last one for the US, where it broke everything for a week, it was just really badly implemented, wasn't it? Which is a great shame. It's not going to put me off the sim though. I think it's absolutely incredible compared to anything else that's ever been released. Fredo, I hope you're well. A couple of little stutters. Jason, you should have an ETA at the top of your screen showing you our estimated time of arrival in Samos. But about 20 minutes prior to that, 30 minutes prior to that, we'll be well into our descent, and we will be going through the mandatory circle to land procedure. And it looks like we'll be landing with a complete crosswind as well. So it's going to be interesting for us. Jacob, yeah, what do you think of those? I think they're absolutely incredible. It's really pushing the boundaries with what we've got in the sim currently, scenery wise, especially for payware. I think some of the old school developers are going to really struggle keeping up with Pilot Plus is another great developer, and they're going to be releasing a Bristol airport soon to take on UK 2000 head on, and I'd imagine it's going to be a lot better. Flower Pascal, thank you very much for your donation, very kind. Make it rain.
Thank you for your VMR files. Slightly smiling face, make it rain. SKRR, SKRRR.
Wow, I did wonder how the bot was going to read that out. Thank you very much, that's very kind of you, Fly with Pascal, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate it. Freddie was asking what controls do I have. I've got the Thrustmaster T-Flight HOTAS X full flight kit, and that's the one that comes with the rudder pedals included. But the rudder pedals are a little bit messy actually, so I would probably recommend just getting the throttle and stick. The throttle itself is a little frustrating though. Yeah, slightly smiling face. The throttle's a little loose down the top end of it, so during takeoff you guys will see sometimes on streams I keep dropping it into toga, and then sometimes it's a bit of a fiddle between flex and toga and back again, and that's because there's about a centimetre or half a centimetre between my toga and flex on the throttle that I've got, so it can be a little fiddly at times. It's lovely, I agree there. Incredibly good sceneries from Macco Simulations at really good prices. They're really affordable actually. By direct comparison, UK 2000 are selling a tiny airport for £19, £18.48 to be precise, for the sim. But Macco Simulations has released a massive airport, Manchester Airport, and it's £9.99 with all updates included, which is really good. So for less actually, for the less than the price of one small airport from UK 2000, you can get both Manchester and Birmingham from Macco Simulations, which is amazing, and it's a very active developer as well. So as we departed, you guys would have seen a few little sneak peeks of version 0.9.0, and that will be going live soon. So thanks to Macco Sims for sending that to me, so I can show you guys what to expect in the next update. Mats, yeah, I can do. I've changed it somewhat actually. I did a settings video a little while ago, but I've since tweaked it a bit more just to make it a little better. Let's see if we can see that aeroplane behind us somewhere. No. Love the livery, great livery. Jurassic, completely agree with you there. The market for the sim has completely changed. The graphics as well have completely changed as well. I think people are demanding, because the graphics are so good, it's reasonable for people like ourselves to demand really high quality scenery to go with a really great quality sim for graphics. And I think nowadays just porting scenery from one sim to another isn't acceptable anymore. So it's really nice to see groups like Macco Simulations and Pilot Plus coming into the scene and basically challenging the old firms that charge massive amounts of money for quick ports that take them a month. And as Zeph is saying there, yeah, it should be better with DirectX 12 in the future for the clouds, the volumetric pixels and things. I've actually got them set to high, so a lot of people set them to ultra. I've actually got them set to high because there's no real difference. I could probably get away with medium, to be totally honest. Let's have a little look at the fly pad, shall we? Just have a little look at our progress. There's the plane. So just over Frankfurt there, as we can see. I'm not sure if you guys, hopefully you can see it on the screen. Munich's coming up in a short while. Where's Munich? Over there somewhere. There's Munich. Oh, lovely. So we're going straight towards Munich Centre, who have got controllers online, München radar, and they are (13255). So one of the performance problems that they had with this was related to an update that came about a week ago. I didn't test it, so I wasn't quite sure how it all worked, but I discussed it on my last stream, where you can select different radio stack, and there was a couple of different things basically separated within the workings of the comms kit and a few other things. And it turned out one of the pieces of code was acting a little bit bizarrely, and it was confusing. It was basically leaking data all the time. So once you got to a period of flight, which we're at now, about 1 hour 30, your frames per second were going from your average of about 35 to 40 or whatever it would be for your scenery, and it was then really dropping off quite rapidly down to about 7 frames per second. So this is a test file that myself and a couple of other QA testers for the FlyByWire team are running to sort of see if it's fixed. Ed in Ohio, very cold Ohio, good morning to you, thanks for tuning in. Jacob, yeah, UK 2000 used to be fantastic, and they've got a really good name, of course, as well, because they've been around for a very long time. But I think Microsoft Flight Simulator is going to really test them, and it's going to see whether or not they're going to. I think we're going to find out whether or not they're going to be able to survive in this new sim world, if you like. We're expecting and getting a lot more from other developers at cheaper prices. And unless they adjust, then I think they'll have their core customers that will always only buy from UK 2000 because it's a name they've always used. But I think once it's one of those things, once they'll have had a little look at something like the Macco Manchester, they will never go back. The UK 2000 Manchester Airport for X-Plane, for example, hasn't even got Terminal 2 roughly modelled in it at the moment. Whereas the Macco Simulations Manchester for Msfs has, so it should really be working to keep up at least. Phillips remapped his throttle sensitivities. Nice, yeah. Maybe I do need to work all of that. I don't look down. I watch the PFD to see if it goes into that thrust flex setting. I keep dropping it in and out though. Over time, I'll upgrade my throttle kit and I'll get something a bit better. But it's all money at the moment. Can't quite afford it at the moment. It's a great kit though. It's £100 and something. Great budget kit to get used to. Red Ian, good afternoon to you. Jacob, yes, I think Sober did mention actually on a dev Q&A a little while ago that over time they intend to add in seasons. So we'll have spring, summer, autumn, winter, or fall and winter. So hopefully that is coming, as Jurassic Lark and a few other guys have mentioned it as well. And John, completely agree. Sadly, actually, I had a little whinge on their Discord server the other day because they were caught out flatly lying to the customers. But they've also put the same message out on their Facebook page, the UK 2000 Facebook page, and they're basically saying, they're complaining that they didn't know that listing their scenery on the marketplace would have also caused a 50% cut for Microsoft. And they didn't know that apparently, but I know full well from first-hand experience, speaking to lots of developers across the sim, that Sobo, at the very first stage of you applying to go onto the marketplace, Sobo and Microsoft tell you, and they give you the terms, they basically tell you that they're going to take a 30% cut. So they'd lied about the size of the cut because they were making out to customers it's 50%, so that's incorrect. They take a 30% cut, and they actually tell you at the very beginning of the process to decide if you want to continue to the next stage or not. So he would have read it and he would have agreed to it, have to agree to it, because it's a contract between him and Microsoft. And now he's acting like he's surprised. UK 2000 are acting like they're surprised and they didn't know that they took this cut from them, which is a shame. They shouldn't be lying to people. Sadly, a lot of people on their Facebook page seem to have believed it. And I think for that, they've most likely lost me as a customer. Oh, UC Sim just crashed. No. That's not good. How come? What happened just before that? And if you can, spawn at Munich, and if you depart soon, you might be able to get back onto the route, potentially. Stephen, yeah, probably right. I think I remember that from FSX. Wow. The Cytac X52 is probably one of the best setups you can have. Lots of people seem to have bought them years ago, and they're still absolutely smashing it. Ready in, yeah, so that's we were just mentioning that a little while ago. There's a performance problem, and what we're actually testing now, we're at 1 hour 40. At this point we should have had really degraded performance, but it's managing okay at the moment. What I do recommend is, if it starts to really struggle, just press on the tablet, close the tablet down, and you get a couple more frames. Jurassic, that's a very good point actually. You can change in the nav menu to spawn at 32,000 feet or so, I believe. Might be difficult though with a sim brief input flight plan. That might be the problem. But you see, hopefully you can get back on at some point. Jurassic, good point actually. Who else is flying today? We've got Graham's behind in the JMC. John, are you behind as well? I can't remember if you're flying today as well. Or... Oh, and I mentioned earlier Birmingham Airport was $7.99. I've got that wrong. It's actually $8.99. So basically £9 UK money, but really, really good. When the CRJ comes, which will be the next week or so, hopefully, we will be doing quite a few flights out of Birmingham to regional airports in Europe, Eindhoven, and a few other cool places in the CRJ. Trying it all out, having a little look, following their user guide as well, because I'll have absolutely no idea what I'm doing in it. I took the CJ4 mod out yesterday, the working title CJ4 mod. Took that for a spin yesterday, really impressed with it actually. It's very, very, very good. And for anybody looking at getting the CRJ, I highly recommend trying out the CJ4 from working title. It doesn't have an auto throttle, but it has a climb detent, which is pretty much the exact same as the CRJ. So if you want to get the Aerosoft CRJ next week when it comes out, or whenever it does come out, it's going to be really, really close with how the throttle performs and how you have to manage your speed. So I highly recommend that. John, yeah, I've ended up buying a new chair, a proper gaming chair now for these longer journeys, because I was finding I was pretty much sticking into the chair. You see awesome. Joining us from Vienna. Good, so pretty much you wouldn't have missed out too much then if that's the case. Munchen radar 13255 is online.
Descent flight level 130 easy 566.
Just having a little look to see where we might be. I think we might be under their airspace now actually. DKB. I think we're a bit early, but we'll call them up. Munchen radar, hello. Thomas Cook 422 Mike, flight level 370, inbound Delta Kilo Bravo.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, Munchen radar identified. Hello.
Lovely, there we go. So time that perfectly.
Bulgar 901, descent flight level 130.
Level 130, Bulgar 901.
Jacob, where I am actually, we're supposed to have a yellow warning for snow today, but the sun has come out, burning through the fog, and it's actually been a very nice, almost spring-like day near Heathrow. And we very rarely get snow anyway. We had some the other week when it was throwing down, but John's doing some model matching tests. Nice. I don't know if you caught at the start of the trip actually. I quickly downloaded the JMC skin livery for the A320, and I threw in an extra line on my model matching file with the JMC ICAO codes and things like that. So. And we actually saw it when we spawned, which is great. That's Graham flying behind us.
But yeah, we're 667, you're leaving my airspace with Unicom 122.8. Tschüss. Unicom 122.8. Tschüss, danke dir, ciao.
Yes, Aja, hello, welcome. Hope you're well. Whereabouts are you tuning in from?
1 contact München, radar 123.9.
132.9, for banana 1.
Banana 1 negative 123.9.
Yes, we got all of the different French centres. LFRR by Pierre. He's a great controller, does Nice a lot actually.
München, hallo, Lufthansa 8, Whiskey Charlie.
Snow's due in the south tomorrow, says
flight level
Peter.
275,
Awesome.
climbing flight level 370.
Need to jump off or I won't fit in my flight this afternoon, so
Lufthansa 8,
here's a
Whiskey Charlie,
thanks
München,
for
radar,
all
hello. Yeah, going to close shortly,
tutorials
so
and the
remember
entertainment.
Unicom 122.8.
Hopefully be back for
Oh,
fun.
sorry, Lufthansa 8, yeah.
Jurassic Lark, thank you for your donation, awesome. No problem at all. Thank you for tuning in, thank you for donating to support the stream as well, it's really kind. At least the bot was actually able to read that out properly. That's very nice of you to tip the $5. So thank you very much to you too. Stephen, yeah, the CJ4 is mad, isn't it? You'd think, yeah, 2.5 million quid.
Can you repeat that please for where's the 3 uniform?
It's quite cheap for a jet actually, isn't it?
131.350, thank you very much, have a nice day.
It's a shame the longitude can't have the working title mod. It would be really good, but it's locked via DRM again, like the 787 is. Lim, hello, welcome to you. Welcome on board. You're hoping to spray paint a model today? It's raining in Manchester, lovely, yeah. We saw the rain on departure actually, it looked pretty miserable. Jacob, that sounds like you've got a fantastic view from your house then, if that's the case.
So for the 320, I'm going to close switch Unicom 122.
I haven't been to Kent too much. I visit part of Kent quite a lot through work.
Easy 5 this Mike, I'm going to close now, switch Unicom 122, that's for 8, goodbye.
And yes, Sergio wants the A330 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That would be very, very good actually.
8 for kilo, descent flight level 130.
130, 8 for kilo.
Aerosoft are making a A330 for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. That's going to be really good. It's going to be quite exciting actually when that comes out.
Radar is Scandinavian 2241 with you at flight level 370.
Scandinavian 224, I'm sorry, I'm going to close now, switch Unicom 122.
Munchen radar's closing.
Wait, Unicom 122,
Munich should be down here somewhere.
37145, I'm going to close Unicom 122, that's for 8. Thanks for service, Walters Match, 37145.
Jurassic, catch you later. Thank you. Thanks for your kind words as well. John, yeah, for those of you who didn't watch our stream yesterday, John joined us in the CJ4 as well, and had a few issues on arrival in Aspen and ended up crashing. Quite spectacularly, actually.
Mountain Centre, in Victor 1050, sorry, in Victor 1051.
Lynn, can't wait for it on Xbox. That's going to be great for a lot of people, actually, opening up the accessibility into the sim.
No, anyway, I'm going to close now, so switch back to Unicom altitude as well.
That's going to be really good. Open it up, and I think they said on the news, actually, on the they said that when the Xbox release for the sim comes.
Contact Wien radar 131.350.
Contact Wien radar 131.350 for Thomas Cook 422 Mike. Thank you for your services. Cheers.
All stations that are still on this frequency, switch Unicom altitude as right. I'm going to close now.
Wien radar. And we're inbound Bavax. Wien radar, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike. Inbound Bavax, flight level 370.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, Wien radar, Samos identified, proceed direct, recti.
Oh, brilliant, got a direct. Proceed direct, recti, Thomas Cook 422 Mike. Please don't brake. Please don't brake. Please don't brake.
Wien radar, good afternoon.
Let's zoom right out so we can see.
Flight level 360, inbound Ratna.
Here we go.
210, Wien radar, Samos identified.
Fingers crossed. I've clicked it. Oh yeah. It's wiped absolutely everything else before that though, so it's kind of bugged out everything beforehand, but we're still good. That's great. And there's all the mountains coming up as well, so for some great views coming up. Lynn, great question. A350 for me, the Airbus A350 1000, absolutely incredible I think. And hopefully we don't wait too long for that to come to Microsoft Flight Simulator. But I think that's absolutely stunning. Those of you who want a view of Munich, there it is down below. Aviation simulation. I don't think we're going to see an E-jet for years in the sim. Absolutely nothing has been announced yet. Kai, John dropped out the sky, stalled just prior to landing, and I was trying to record him landing as well, so it's going to be absolute carnage. William, yeah, there's a VATSIM event actually today for the UK, France, etc., all going to the Caribbean for a massive oceanic crossing. So there's a huge VATSIM event, long haul to the Caribbean at the moment, hence all the traffic going there. Yasaja, Korean, awesome. I've been to Seoul quite a lot of times and absolutely loved it. I went in the winter a few times though, and it was minus 20, minus 30 degrees in Seoul, and it was bitterly cold, but absolutely love that part of the world. Celebrities in New Jersey, yeah, nice time for you then at 11 o'clock in the morning. And Lynn's asking if we get third-party airplanes on Xbox. You should be able to, yes. So what they've indicated in this article I was reading the other day was that, as they've said it, they're not going to water down the sim for the Xbox version. So for anybody looking to get it on Xbox, it should then mean that you'll be able to get the A32NX, which is what we're in today, CRJ and all these other aircraft, and sceneries as well, all directly through the Xbox version of the sim. So that's going to be quite good for you guys. I'm not sure how it will work with VATSIM though, and IVAO. I'm not sure if they're going to have something in the works to let people connect to the network with that. I'm not sure how it will work, to be honest. And aviation sim, yeah, definitely another episode of Air Crash Investigation there for our flight to Aspen. Jacob. Short haul are great. I do like a long haul flight every now and again. But at the moment, sadly, we don't have a proper, decent working long haul aircraft yet. The Quality Wing 787 will be very good. That will be really well received when that appears actually. Due summertime, I think, around about the summer 2021. So hopefully not too long to wait for that. Ben, was that in MSFS or was that another sim? I know the one in the MSFS doesn't actually work. It was ripped from the Thomas Ruth version, so it's got absolutely no support whatsoever from any mods. And I haven't used it because it wasn't
Contact Wien 129.125
wasn't obtained correctly, basically. The fly-by-wire, that's a great question as well, Yasaja. So the fly-by-wire A380, it's been announced. Some modelling progress has been made, but beyond that, it's still a very long way off. So if we see it before summer 2021, I'd be very surprised. That'd be fantastic. Abdul, we're flying over Munich at the moment, so in fact, we're pretty much on the edge between German airspace, which is kind of ending here, along with this town here, just on the nose. And then all of this here is Austria, from this town onwards. So we'll be kind of flying over Innsbruck almost. Innsbruck is in here, somewhere within the mountains. Munich's back online, brilliant. And Yasaj is saying, come and visit Korea, there's lots to see. It is absolutely fantastic. I loved wandering around the streets of Seoul. I visited about 5-6 times actually in my last job. A321 XLR will be quite good actually. It'd have to be in JetBlue. You'll have to have that sort of paint scheme for it, I think. Vietel, hello, welcome. So, if you're just tuning in, we basically, if you didn't know already, to explain, I'm a fly-by-wire project QA tester. So anything that breaks or any updates, so the EFB, when that was coming, I was testing that to see how that all works, to make sure that all works as expected. Similarly as well, the printer mod when that came, and all the systems that have been updated, I've been testing all of that with a few other QA testers for the project. But over the last week, a test which was short enough for a small flight was merged. But what people didn't realise is beyond 1 hour 30, people were having the, as you're saying there, Herr Virtel, the frames per second problems. So they've actually fixed it, made some great tweaks, and we're testing the fix to it today. So that's what we're doing. We're now 2 hours in, and let's have a little look. And we're still averaging 30 frames. Which is pretty much the same as what we had an hour ago. So that's very good. Samos Tower. I've never seen Samos Tower online in the sim, but that's awesome. Hopefully they stay on for when we arrive. We'll have a proper tower controller then, giving us our circle to land, which would be quite cool. Wizz Air A321 would be amazing as well, actually. Aviation simulation, great point there. Look at the views, guys, coming in. It's lovely. Yeah, you've got to visit the UK. Although it's not that great, I've got to say. It's great to walk around London, see all the sights, but everything else is pretty miserable. Athena radar, that's great if they're online. Hopefully they stay on. Usually they're pretty good actually, they're quite consistent, they stay online for quite a few hours. Japan's my favourite place in the world. And Mauritius is stunning. Whoa, hello, Turbulence. Mauritius is absolutely incredible, but Japan, Tokyo, absolutely incredible place to visit. Highly recommend it if you're looking for somewhere really special to go and check out. My frames aren't locked at 30, but we're actually testing quite a lot of stuff out. You see, you've timed that absolutely perfectly if you're pushing from Vienna. We're actually checking out some performance fixes, so my frames are going up to between 40 and down to 25, but I'm running a lot of programs, so it's kind of to be expected.
Wind radar, Servus, Sun 464 on flight level.
Yep, got a joystick, side stick, just a standard Thrustmaster HOTAS T-Flight stick though, nothing special. I haven't got the
yes, FM.
I haven't got the Airbus TCA kit. I think they've got to fix a lot of problems with that before I think about buying that. VATSIM, no problem at all. Hopefully, by the time I finish testing this, it will have been fixed, and my report will be done, along with a load of others as well, and it'll be merged so everyone else can download it, hopefully. But it seems to be very promising so far. My flight at 4 hours, 3 hours 30, to 4 hours block time, is by far the longest test that this will have had. Wow, look at this cloud coming in all of a sudden. Jacob, yeah, can't even afford to get to Dover, let alone Japan. Japan's great. I visited. The only reason why I visited a lot of Japan is from my previous job, actually. Wow, this is really throwing us about here. Look at that down below. Stunning. Japan is really good. I highly recommend visiting, and if you've got something like air miles, so for example, I pretty much turn every single purchase possible into Avios points with British Airways, and effectively what I do is I'll be using that to go and visit Japan. I'll be using all the points for that to go and visit Japan over the next few years. Hopefully next year, actually.
Charlie, flight level 370, inbound Abu.
Oh, there we go. The RMP fix just got merged. Thanks, Zephyr. So, Herr Viertel and all the other guys waiting for this performance fix that we're testing today. Check out that wing flex. If you go and download the latest development version now, then this frames per second killer fix is now available and included in the package.
633, wind radar, report your position. Oh, GNC 633, sorry about that, identified, proceed direct team.
William, yeah, great advice. You've got the TCA yourself, haven't you? You've had quite a few problems getting it set up.
02, wind radar, Servus, identified, proceed direct, Sasal.
Sasal direct, easy, 900.
Well, that's great. So, it happens sometimes. I'll be running a test, it'll get merged anyway. But that's good to know. So, that's now in the development version, and I would imagine they're forcing it over into the experimental version as well. So you'll be able to download that as well, and have it in that custom fly-by-wire package. Aviation simulation. So the link that I put on our Discord, which is this test package, you don't need to delete it. It's basically what the master version is now, what the current development version is now. That's the file that we're using now. So don't worry about downloading the new one, I guess, or deleting the current one you've got. The one you've got is the same, it's just been updated basically. Look at that wing flex. This is going into severe turbulence territory almost. Moderate. So it's taken a few days for them to find the problem to get it fixed, but the development team for FlyByWire is very good, and as you can see, they've now pushed the fix. So, as Aviation Simulation was asking there, on my Discord earlier for a couple of the guys flying with us today. FM1 crew, hello, yep. Over Austria at the moment. So in our Discord server, I put the link for the test package into our server so that everybody flying with us, so UC and a few of the other guys, were able to download the fixed performance test branch and fly with that as well. Yeah, so Aviation Simulation downloaded that too to do a flight elsewhere. I think he's using a different route and things. But effectively what happens is, now this has been passed, so the test for this is successful, it's been merged into the master version. The files that we've already downloaded, so the one we're using right now, is basically now the very latest master branch. It can be a little confusing how it all works. I still don't quite understand all of the GitHub stuff. Love this high level cloud. But Herr Virtual, yes, you can do your flight tonight and not worry about performance, which is great. And if you've got the EFB switched on and you start to lose a little bit of performance, then what you can do is click the top right of the screen and it will switch itself off. And then you should get a little boost back again. Wow, here we go, bumps, bumps. Wowee, check that out. Let's have a little look at this wing. Yeah, this is really severe now. Ready in, I'm not sure when the next stable version will be updated actually. It's going to be probably after the world update, but I tend not to recommend the stable version because it becomes very out of date very quickly. So I always say to people, wow, either head into the good grief, look at that, we're getting absolutely thrown around. Either download the development version or download the experimental fly-by-wire. That's my advice. I'm probably going to have to go back into the flight deck to see to make sure we've not been all this turbulence hasn't affected us for the flight plan. Love when it's like this. This is great. It's so realistic. Hey Virtual, awesome. Perfect. That's good to know. So a lot of the AI files are built for AI, so they're very low polygon and they're very sort of softer performance, whereas the original way that we had to do it, which was using just the megapack liveries and things, they were spawning the actual livery.
122 Mike, no further variable, Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Unicom 122.8 for Thomas Cook 422 Mike, thank you very much, bye.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, actually just this second Adria came online, so contact Adria Radar 130.0.
No problem. Adria Radar at 130.0. Thank you. Bye bye. Adria Radar, hello. Thomas Cook 422 Mike, inbound Recti, flight level 370 in moderate turbulence. 2 hours to download. Wow, yeah, it is a very bad server, I think, to be fair. 130.0. Done it again, haven't I? Did that yesterday. Fat fingers. Lynn, Heathrow is my closest one. In Yorkshire Pud, yeah, it is. It's just me shaking my chair about. Adria Radar, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, inbound Recti, flight level 370.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon, identified, direct Tirana.
422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good afternoon. Identified direct Tirana. 422 Mike, Adria Radar, good
Direct Irana, Thomas Cook 422 Mike. Oh man, again. Please don't break.
Agent for Romeo Golf, radar, good afternoon. Identify direct barrel.
Can't even see if it's broken because it's off the screen. It's off the screen. Irana and then Thessaloniki. I'm gonna have a little look on Navigraph, I think. I want to see if it's broken or not. It looks okay.
Level 360 with you. Olympic 210 Adria, good afternoon. Identified direct Tibro. Direct Tibro, Olympic 210.
Direct Irana, oh, perfect. And then Thessaloniki's next. So we've actually not had any nav bugs so far, he says. Jacob's local airport would be Gatwick, but you're also close to Lyd. Nice. Yeah, Heathrow is literally 5-10 minutes from my house, and people hate it, but I quite like it. I'm actually on the flight path for departures, heading north, so get to see quite a few aircraft buzz over, which is quite nice. Walking the dog. And heavy, obviously more models as well. Yeah, exactly. FSLTL were making really good progress with model matching. AIG came in and caused a whole load of problems though, and God, this turbulence is quite bad, isn't it? It's quite cool. AIG came in and basically mothballed FLAI and thereby killed the progress with FSLTL as well. Unfortunately, they've just put some more spanners in the works, and in doing so have caused FSLTL to go back to square one again. So progress for them has basically reset to zero yet again, which is quite disappointing. But the system we've got at the moment for model matching, I guess, is sufficient for what we need. It's something to fill the gaps, and it's certainly a lot better than the blobs, the orange and green Asobo blobs that they got, that we had before. Do I ever get hit with blue ice? Yes. It's all over the plane at the moment. Which is really annoying. Look at that down there though, that looks amazing. If it wasn't for this ice, I would take a screenshot and it'd look great.
GMC 633 correction, proceed direct Arana.
And let's have a little look. We've got an 86 knot, sort of mainly a crosswind, but kind of a bit of a tailwind as well, which is good. 7,000. So a quick top of descent calculation basically tells us that we're going to need about 100 nautical miles to descend, with about 1,400 to 1,500 foot per minute. Good grief, look at this, look how the turbulence is affecting us. Watch that vertical speed indicator there. It shot right up there to almost, up it goes, 300 foot per minute, back down again. New boy. Thankfully nothing's fell out just yet. Jonathan, yeah, the icing effect is massive overkill in the sim. It's quite disappointing at times. 600 foot per minute, good grief. William, I would if Adria Centre wasn't online.
Hey Adria Radar, good afternoon. Wall Express 551 with you, flight level 270.
Wall Express 4551, Adria Radar, good afternoon, 45200.
I tend to agree actually, Jacob. I think it was released, they admitted themselves actually that the sim was released a little too early, but it was released because of lockdown and everything else, to give us something exciting and enjoyable to do, I guess, which is quite good. I probably would focus on performance and bug killing before word updates, to be honest. I'd rather have performance and stuff like that before scenery.
Volt Express 551 identified, descent flight level 110, expect narrate Alpha arrival for ILS 11.
So Jonathan, Avesta, hello, welcome. So Jonathan, apparently in Devon mode you can actually, I've turned the effects of icing off, but in Devon mode you can switch it off entirely, so it gets rid of the overblown icing completely, which is I keep forgetting to do, I keep meaning to do that. New boy, well, I guess it is partly to do with money perhaps, but I quite like it. Yeah, we do have lots of problems in the sim of course, but I quite like what it can do. I think it's great. I mean, yeah, it has problems, but I think it's brilliant. Halfway now, hang on. We've been given direct to Recti, so he's taking a little bit of time off the flight as well. Viper, well, I think the effects on the aerodynamics are a little extreme. Well, I've actually switched it off because of how extreme the icing is sometimes. You can go through, if you go through a cloud, even if it's 30 degrees and you're at 1,000 foot and you go through a cloud, you'll come out the other side covered in icing and you'll need to turn all your icing on, otherwise you'll fall out of the sky. So I've turned the icing effects off, but the visual effects are still on, so I need to turn it off within the dev menu. Not quite sure exactly how though. Crabbing quite a bit though, so you can see our track there. There's a top of descent marker as well, interestingly enough. And you can see as we've got lighter and lighter as well, that flight envelope has expanded, it's got wider and wider, so whereas before we had 10 knots before we'd look at stalling, it's now improved quite significantly for us. But there's our top of descent marker, 300 or so miles away. Oh, and it's gone. I just think that was a little early, to be honest.
This is Charlie, second, please.
It's back again. How long have we got? 766.
Perhaps
Perhaps a little early.
Oscar Bravo, Uniform Tango.
Might be a constraint in the way, that's why.
Okay, Bravo, Oscar, Mike Bravo India.
Negative, I'll text you.
Okay, Oscar Bravo, wind from India Tango, and
There's a plane buzzing from right to left. If anybody's got sim aware or something up, let me know what that was, because that was quite cool.
Negative, you can have flight level 410.
413.
Address center, good day, Lufthansa for Charlie X-ray with you on site of 350.
Lufthansa for Charlie X-ray at the radar, good afternoon, identified. Direct Kogat.
Direct cover at Lufthansa for Charlie X-ray.
Jordanian 26 Charlie 413.
Jordanian 36 Charlie, you can have flight level 410 or 450.
Stay in 430. Okay.
Roger, thank you.
So that was
the
Emirates 205, 777, 34,000 feet. Oh, Philip, yeah, there we go, that's the one. I was just looking at that myself, and UC as well, yeah, good spot.
Roger, expect ILS approach 194 via Kogat.
Just looking for you, UC, on the map.
And we report when
you're in Hungarian airspace by the looks of it. A little behind, but actually you've got a bit of a straighter line, I think, so depends on your route. Hopefully you arrive in good time. Peter, that is a good question. So, I'm part of a virtual airline called Fly UK. They've got some really good routes to give you lots of different tours, routes depending on your aircraft as well. So there's lots to do with them, and it all counts towards your rank, building up hours and so on. So I use that most of the time to create routes, but also on our Discord server, regularly we'll do, I work through a content suggestions feed basically, so I've got a massive list of things that people want me to fly, including this today, and it goes on a big list, and I'll work through it basically to try and get round to creating content that you guys all want basically. UC, that sounds perfect. Fixing performance and stability is pretty much right at the top of priorities really for a Sobo, or should be. Looking forward to trying out the CRJ when it comes, seeing how that all works. Yeah, I've noticed actually with liveries, as Jonathan's saying there, with the more liveries lately, it adds more and more to the load time. I know the photogrammetry was causing the similar problem, but as of late, I've noticed my community folder's quite full anyway. But I've noticed the load time has increased by about a minute or two. K-Berg, hello, welcome. We're at 2 hours 22 at the moment, and we're still, let's see, and I'm still at 35 or so average frames per second, and I've got all of the stream stuff open, Navigraph, all sorts of stuff. So this fix, I know it's been merged already, but this fix is going well for my test. Pretender, yeah, my Crash to Desktops actually, my last few actually have been because of the Pushback Express. It had a bug with it a couple of months back to do with, in fact, some photogrammetry as well, some really badly done Google photogrammetry scenery, pretty naff. Newcastle, for those of you who saw it, that caused a crash and turnaround. Graham's asking, would you monitor brake temp on landing? Noticing the last few flights the brakes are getting hotter than before, and on a normal landing what temperature would you expect? So I'm not actually sure. I've only flown small aircraft before in the past myself. So I've never operated an A320 or anything myself, but I'd imagine, I mean, brakes getting hot would be quite a normal thing anyway, so even 800, 900 degrees Celsius I would imagine is probably quite standard when they're in use, but there would be a limit where it would then trigger an ECAM message saying that the brake temperatures got very hot. It can happen after you park up as well, because obviously the airflow, without the brake fans being on, if you're parked up, there's no air pushing past the brakes to help take the heat away, so at that point you might park up and then you might get an ECAM memo. We'll probably get it when we land at Samos, because the runway is only, it's about 1,800 metres usable, and we'll be using medium auto brake, so we're pretty much certainly going to get a brakes hot ECAM master caution. K-Berg, yeah. First time catching me live, wow. Well, thank you very much, I hope you enjoyed it so far. Peter's on his second flight as well, on the channel. Awesome, that's great to hear. I'm glad you're back. Neil's recommended a community folder app that allows you to turn off and on whatever things we want. That's quite cool. That's the one on FlightSim.to, isn't it? I'm trying to remember which one it is now. There's one on FlightSim.to where you can basically turn whatever apps, whatever liveries and things you want on and off at the community folder, which is very clever. Might have to take a look. Those of you with long load times, I'd probably highly recommend doing that. And as Ed's asking there, my CPU is, as Jacob has mentioned there, it's the AMD Ryzen 5 3600X. Jonathan, it seems to be a regular thing with some of these old hat developers where there will be an issue and they will just flatly deny that they've got a problem. I don't want to turn the seatbelt signs off after that moderate turbulence we've just had. And Jacob, going back to your other comment as well, where you'd love to join Fly UK, but you're too much of a newbie to join. Don't worry about that. You can do lots of flights offline as well. It basically just means you would book a flight and you schedule it on their program. And Skytrack program which runs in the background and it logs the journey. First 10 hours you have to go in the Cessna Grand Caravan, but it's some really nice routes around New Zealand and a few other places around the world.
Booking 5402, Lufthansa 229.
And then you get access to get back into the Airbus. And of course the CRJ, they operate the CRJ as well when that comes to the sim. Loads of great regional routes from things like the Macco Simulations Airport and a load of other regional airports across the UK with the CRJ. They got some really good tours as well, so a couple of streams back we were doing a few of the South America tours. We've still got lots of them to dust off and finish as well. Neil, nice, 24,000 downloads for that community Switch app, that's quite cool. And John uses it too. Ed, nice. When I was speccing my computer actually specifically for the sim, I've done quite a lot of reading. I don't know particularly too much about it if I'm honest, but a lot of things that I was reading were saying that the AMD processors can handle gaming computers a lot better. So I'm not sure if it's worth checking out the AMD systems. As I said, mine's an AMD Ryzen 5 3600X and it is really good. It's rarely stressed. The only thing I'm limited with at the moment actually is the processor. My graphics card RTX 2070 Super is really good. When it's really getting pushed, it's about 70%. But I'm not too tech savvy, so I'm not sure if there is much of a difference between AMD and Intel and things like that these days. Yeah, William, I had the same advice actually from Overclockers UK, which is a quite a well-known computer company actually. That they custom built my desktop rig for me based on the spec that I asked for. And the AMD system does seem to run really well, I've got to say. I've had a very, very stable experience actually from the sim with it, so I'm not sure if it's a CPU issue that some people have had with crashes. K-Bug, nice. See, I went for the GE Force graphics cards. But as Jacob's saying there, yeah, multi-threading, that was, now you've said it, that was one of the things that I had it explained to me by Overclockers. The AMD CPUs can really push multi-threading a lot better than Intel. So Ed, if you're in the market for a new processor, I'd definitely recommend something like a Ryzen 7. I think they've got a 4000 series CPU set out now, so have a little look at those, but highly recommend those. And anything with an X at the end seems to be really quite powerful.
Skyflyer 101, climb flight level 35.
Climb flight level 30, confirm, high fly 101.
101, climb flight level 35.
Climb level 350, high fly 101.
What's going on with the weather radar?
Austin 794 requesting flight level 240.
794, flight level 340.
340.
Seems to, oh, there we go. That's bizarre. It's not picking up this. Who knows? We'll turn weather radar off. Let's leave it on for a bit. I'm pretty sure I clicked a switch by accident somewhere as well. I don't know, radio still works. Akash, hello, welcome. Specs. Good question. $5,600X. Yeah.
Roger, radar, good day, 895 with
Well, Peyton's not a fan of AMD. I would love to try virtual reality, but I find it exceptionally expensive for what you get, so it kind of... And you don't always check it very often either, so it sort of puts me off, it makes me a little hesitant, to be honest. Let's have a little look at our progress on the EFB. I love the work done here so far. So you can see there, we're flying over Bosnia-Herzegovina now, direct towards Sarajevo, which is just there. Then over Montenegro, Kosovo, North Macedonia, a little bit of Albania actually as well. Then into Greek airspace. God, we've actually blasted along. Love it. Let's have a little look at the latest weather, shall we, for Samos, so we can get a bit of an idea of what runway we may or may not be using. Hopefully it's 09, so I can contrast that with 27 that I used for our arrival Samos tutorial the other day.
418, expect Podgorica 3 Charlie arrival for localizer approach runway.
Wait for that received messages to come through. I think we've probably turned the seatbelt signs off as well. Wow, $300 is very affordable actually for a Rift S. Is that the one that they've stopped making though now? One of them's gone out of production, I can't remember what. K-Berg settings are, I haven't got a command for that I'm afraid, but pretty much everything's on high, with a couple of things on medium. There's our current, oh yes, runway in use is 09. Wow, making it difficult. Out it comes. It's a big ATIS information for Samos. Let's have a little read, shall we? So, information Bravo at 1450. Expect VOR DME approach runway 09, which is what we're expecting. I covered the first part of that in my Samos tutorial that went live at the start of the week. Runway in use 09, so that's the opposite one to what I covered, which is great. Transition level 80, jot some of this down. That's when we're going to change from standard pressure to local. Visual departures in use, surface wind 000 at 0 knots. That can't be correct. Visibility 10 kilometers or more, clouds few, 1,800, temperature +18, dew point +13, QNH 1018. Attention to all pilots, no radar service provided. Report on initial contact, position and altitude. And you have listened to information Bravo. Exciting. We get a little closer, we'll stick that into the approach data. What's going on with our drift here? Okay, to be fair, that's going to get us to Arana perfectly, but we're drifted off the line quite a bit.
You know what's my next frequency after your frequency?
Jonathan, you don't have an interview for the virtual airline, you just apply basically, so I'll put it in the live chat.
Charlie, your next frequency is Vienna radar 1300.
Okay, Jordan 36 Charlie and back 5 minutes, okay.
Approved.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah, very true. I guess once you do, I imagine virtual reality for takeoff and landing is incredible in the sim, especially with all the graphics. But it's one of those. I feel like kind of like electric cars. I'll probably wait a couple of years before I even contemplate moving to that sort of thing. I'll probably need to upgrade my system a lot more too. I'll probably get sick as well from motion, sitting in a static seat but moving around.
5205 easy 9006.
There's a runner coming up at about 300 miles roughly.
Easy 9002 identified direct eastbound.
So if I show you guys
easy 9002, and we'll be out of the cockpit just for about 10 minutes. We'll call you back when we're
hitting a load of turbulence again. I'll just put the seatbelt signs on.
Thank you.
Get shook around loads. So we're up there currently over Bosnia, and that there is Pivos. So that one here is the start of the start, Ormos. Before Ormos, we want to be at 7,000 feet.
Approved.
So, kind of around about Thessaloniki or Irana, which is there, which is what we've got the direct to. We're going to then start our descent down to 7,000 from 37,000 feet. We need, according to this top of descent calculator, we need 1,500 to 1,600 foot per minute. And we also need 100 nautical miles to achieve that descent. Pretender, yeah, I would imagine that would be very tough actually. So Fly UK at the moment, I've actually sort of partnered with them in some sense. I'm creating a lot of these tutorials. So the Samos tutorial that you guys saw, I was using the Fly UK livery, and that's because they, once a month roughly, they actually go on and put a tough landing challenge thing on, and they'll do it live with everybody on their multiplayer server. I've not personally done it before, but they pretty much pick all of the difficult approaches. God, this turbulence is pretty bad. They pick all the difficult approaches around the world, so John Contin, Samos is one of them, Kaitak and a few others, Reggio Calabria, and they fly into them on the day, and they all see how they get on with it. And what I've done, what they've asked me to do is create loads of bespoke tutorials specifically for the virtual airlines to go onto their pilot briefings. So all of the latest tutorials that you guys see on my channel for all of these difficult landings are also the official tutorials for Fly UK for the same trips, which is really cool. It's a very friendly virtual airline and loads of good routes. In a piece, no problem. Thank you for tuning in. James asking, how do you get the colour box around the name of someone? On what? You have to explain what you mean.
Refrigerator, Wall 671, ILS establishment 11, requesting visual from here on.
5 seconds, please.
Make sure you do click like if you're enjoying today's stream, and if you haven't done so already, I'd love it if you click that subscribe button down below as well.
World Express 551 approved. You are clear to land, runway 11, wind 130 degrees 15.
Clear to land, runway 11, World Express 551.
Before we get to Irana, we'll go through setting up for our arrival. So programming the VORs and the DME as well for Samos. We'll briefly discuss what to expect when we get a bit closer as well. I'm not sure. Yeah, there we go, William. Yeah, so it does it automatically. Oh, maybe not. Odd. Maybe it pings if it's to myself. It highlights in the live chat, so I see it easier, perhaps. So maybe that's something YouTube set. No settings that I can amend. Although, of course, as a channel member, you've got the changing colours on your name. So after 1 month, I think you become blue and a few other things as well. All the way up to gold, I think. Good grief, this turbulence. Down to minus 700 foot per minute just then, shot down on the FPM. Bizarre. Didn't expect such a turbulent ride, and you can see how much we're crabbing here as well. So we're facing off here 136 degrees, but our track is taking us 129 degrees. You can see how the aircraft's really fighting it. Let's zoom in a bit, because it'll be more exaggerated. It's a bit annoying, we've lost the track quite a bit though.
And I'm to 895 back in flight there.
Viper, yeah, I think you're correct.
We are ready for this.
If you do an at me, you'll probably see the box around my name, like William did there actually. I think it's because you're pinging me during the live chat and it's trying to get me noticed. Trying to get me to notice the chat, I guess. It's probably a better way of explaining it. I'm not sure how it all works. There's Thessaloniki. So let's have a little look at who we might be contacting next. Athens radar, I don't think are online. Might be me not seeing it properly, but no. Not sure. Anyway, as we're making our way, we've still got quite a while to be fair, but we know from the limitations of Samos that it is a mandatory circle to land or divert. There's no other option, it's either one or the other. So we're going to be doing this, as it says in the ATIS as well, and we're going to be flying in kind of the top left here, through this 2 bits of terrain, through the middle, straight over the airfield, and then we're going to break off 160, and we're going to have track FPA on for this. And we want Samos 111.6 and the NDB of 375 SMO to go into the frequency on the RadNav page. And we'll use the VOR, but we'll also use the NDB. And then all of this will be done via track FPA. And then as we get a little closer, as a reminder, we're going to then break off and do this procedure here, which I've dug out from the internet. 4 miles from the airport, flying directly back towards it, we'll break off 09's breaking off left. You want to just pass the village of Pier at 1,100 foot. And then at a radial of 240 degrees, and when you're beam spurring before the village, you have to be at 900 foot, turning base, and you're basically flying down with the hill, about 200-300 foot over the hill at this point on the finals. You pass the shed with a white roof, and then you touch down. It all happens very, very quickly. So there we go, that's what to expect.
Ready radar, Wall Express 1, runway 11 vacated.
Athena's on.
World Express 551.
Awesome. They'll be covering us anyway for this, so Athena radar will be giving us all of our descent and our clearance to land and things.
Taxi to the gate via Echo and Golf.
I also want to create some sort of butter emoji for channel members to use during the live chat, so if any of you have got any ideas, then let me know. Let's get this into the RadNav page. It's getting thrown around bumpy, but we can still do this. So, the data that we just discussed, the Samos VOR 111.6 and 375 for the Samos MDB. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put it in for all of these. So replicate both, and then 111.6 VOR2 as well. It's basically going to pick up both here, so I can flick between one or the other. Just as a backup, if I need to use the NDB, I might not want the course I'm about to set into VOR1.
Runner 7961, expect Moikovat 3 Alpha arrival for Islet.
That's 358 for a course back to the airport.
3 Alpha arrival for runway 36.
And it was a 160 out.
Adria Radar, dobar dan, Adria Forever on reef and 1 Romeo arrival.
There's no LS frequency or anything either. What's that flashing?
Adria
SAR.
Forever,
Adria Radar.
Radar.
Sarajevo.
Correction, squawk 521.
But that's us pretty much prepared as much as we can.
Squawk 5210, Adria Forever.
Jacob. If you click the little smiley face in the live chat, there's a $sign for super chat, but there's also a smiley face with custom emoji. And channel members like yourself, you can click that, and there's at the very top it says British Av Geek, and it'll have 8 emojis that you can use basically.
4,000 feet, please for the ILS approach, runway 30, report established.
Sam 4000, clear to ILS 30 and report established. Adria Forever.
If you guys haven't done so already, do check out the channel memberships. There's quite a few, there's 3 different options, all the way from bronze. It gets you access into our members lounge and Discord, shout outs to the streams, you get the badges as Jacob's got, and you get the special access to the channel's bespoke emojis as well, which is quite cool, as Pretender's just demonstrated.
220, goodbye.
There's also silver status and a gold status as well. The folks who are silver can request routes on the stream, and they get priority access, or priority requests basically for routes. And gold, you see you've done really well to catch up there. Gold members as well get access to, they can basically say that they want a members only stream. So that's where we stream live on the channel, but we lock down the chat, and only members can then come into the chat and have a conversation. We haven't got any of those scheduled just yet, but we'll wait for the gold members to choose when they might want that.
Radar, World Express 551 is on.
I can't believe how long we've had turbulence for on the flight so far. It's great that the live weather is kicking in quite nicely again for the Sims actual built-in stuff. UCA, you've done incredibly well. Niall, hello, welcome. Great question. On the channel, I'll try and find the link for you. I've done a little tutorial on how to create a bespoke Celcal code. Just bear with me, I'll dig the link out.
5350 inbound bubble.
Turkish 6 November Delta identified direct.
Let's have a little look, where is it?
Direct Nisma 36 November.
Get a shareable link. There we go. So there you go.
Turkish 34 Mike identified.
Jonathan, I think at this point we would have run out of sick bags. I think we've had quite bad turbulence from all the way from Austria actually, and we're still going through it. Oh, William, you were quicker than me. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, live weather, Jacob, has definitely improved really well. I've stopped using Unreal Weather because the live weather has been pretty accurate actually most of the time, so I'll just stick with that now. Unreal Weather doesn't get you winds aloft, and it doesn't get you weather like this either. So the sim weather at the minute has been very good, I've got to say. Makes a change. Those of you as well in the live chat, do check out the options on the super chat. You can do all sorts of cool stuff on there as well, ways to support the stream if you want to. And you can use the command !specs as well if you want to know what specs I've got on my system. Be sure to join our Discord as well. Let's see, 56 minutes to go apparently, and we're still averaging about 30 frames. what time zone? What time are we at now? About 3 hours. This is with the EFB on as well. It's pointless testing this really because I'm not. Well, I've started the test, so I don't want to bin it off. Checking all the performance. I'm leaving this on specifically. You can see our position there over Montenegro.
SG63 X-ray Delta identified, continue brake.
Let's turn the light off there as well, we don't need that.
Clear to Istanbul via Sierra India November 2 Delta. Departure runway 34.
Options wise.
Initially flight level 120.
SOPO there. Pretender, thank you, there you go. What is that? A pair?
Adria Forever established LS runway 30.
Adria Forever, runway 30, clear to land, wind 250 degrees 4 knots.
Runway 30, clear to land, Adria Forever.
Turkish 11 Tango, readback is correct.
Wow, Jacob, thank you.
At your discretion.
Thanks for your donation, very kind. Pretender as well.
Jordi, 36 Charlie Heavy.
36 Charlie, go ahead.
Jordi, 36 Charlie, Oscar Echo, Ipula, Echo, Papa, Oscar Lima, Alpha, Ipula, please. Jordi, 36 Charlie.
Pilot Paul, good question.
Jordanian 36 Charlie, proceed direct to Pola.
Proceed direct to Pola, Jordi,
I really enjoy you videos and streams, very informative, thank you so much.
You're very welcome, I'm glad you enjoy it all. Thank you for supporting the stream as well, it's very kind. Pilot Paul, to answer your question, maybe about 5 frames per second with the EFB on. I'm testing the performance fix, so it's already been merged, so for those of you waiting to get rid of that horrible frames per second killer performance thing, it's now been fixed. I'm running the test because it's a long test, it's about 4 hours. I'm running it with the EFB on to really try and push the system. I think that might have been our call sign. Maybe not. LGGG centres online. So
November 525 Charlie, Adria radar, good afternoon.
129675.
Confirm direct info for November 525.
Affirmative, Nisma.
129675. I knew that was wrong. There we go. So that's Greek radar ready. Jacob, perfect. So you're updated. If you've updated your A32NX in the last 10 or 20 minutes, then you've definitely got the fix built into your package. So that's great.
Swiss 5 November Bravo is on 35.
No, yeah, the EFB's great. We've had it on the whole time actually.
November Bravo, good afternoon, identified.
It doesn't update the METAR though, I've noticed. So this is still the METAR we had, I think, from departure, I believe. Lots to do. I love how the moving map is working quite nicely for us now. You can drag it off. And after a while it zooms you back again. And ground as well. All this is going to start to come soon. So it's all under development at the moment. Lots to be done, of course. A lot of these features won't come just yet. I love as well, you get the SimBrief load sheet in here. And an overview of the aircraft performance as well, which is really nice. I think it's quite a good little bit of kit. And over time it will develop and work really well. But if you noticed, as Pilot Paul was saying, that the frames per second are killing you, just click on the top right of the screen up here, where the mouse is roughly, and it will turn it off. 40 to 28 frames, wow. I guess it depends what system you have and how it all works. Mine's not been too bad. I've averaged
Turkish
30
Mike,
frames per second today,
terminal
actually,
left,
which
heading
is
10
absolutely fine. Well, VNAV is working a little bit. It's not particularly stable, I don't think. It had a top of descent marker that we've already passed, but in reality, we're not due to start descent for about another 160 miles.
7,000 feet, spot where it's a QNH 1016.
Peter, yes, it's in the very latest development and experimental custom fly-by-wire versions. So if you've got the installer, you can click either of those and it will download the EFB. And if you download it now as well, it will have the performance fix, so you won't have the really bad performance issues. Look at that down there.
Left heading 150 and descending 4,000 feet, Lufthansa for Charlie Foxtrot.
Navigraph integration now will be amazing. Can't wait for that. Yeah, that's going to be great. It all depends on performance as well, I guess. The more they put into it, the more they risk gobbling up performance. So it's I guess for them it's difficult to try and strike the balance. Jacob, I'm not sure. I guess for some.
Can you confirm?
For some people, they already use easy pushback. Or pushback helper. That's going to be built into the EFB as we just saw, which is going to be very good. But Pushback Express, I guess you've already bought it, like mine. I've already got Pushback Express. I'll probably stick to using that, to be fair, because you've got a really good level of control over that. Jamie, yeah, if you know how to get rid of the ice in dev mode, that would be amazing. I can't quite do it now because I'm on VATSIM, and I can't pause it mid-flight with controllers. But definitely, I want to get rid of the icing because it's just too much.
Mike.
Pilot Paul, yeah, the USR waypoints, they will all be gone once the flight plan manager gets completed. Unfortunately, there was a lot of pressure on the fly-by-wire team on their Discord for people constantly asking about the EFB. So it ended up diverging all of their attention to getting the EFB turned on, and in doing so, it's delayed the flight plan manager somewhat. But hopefully that will come very soon. Niall, the EFB pushback doesn't work just yet. They're just placeholders at the moment. But eventually it will. And I'll give it a go, definitely, when it does come.
Agent 4 Romeo Golf, you are leaving airspace, monitor Unicom 1228,
For the pushback and stuff, will there be a pop-out window, asks Waller? That's a good question, I'm not sure actually. I think you'll have to stay in the flight deck, which would make it difficult to steer, thinking about it just now. So you make a good point actually. That's a great question, I'm not sure. Stephen's given up and got Navigraph for the year. Great idea. Mike, it's a great great bit of kit, I've got to say. And getting it annually like I've done and like you've just done yourself, you save quite a bit of money in the long term. Jamie, I'll have a look at that for tomorrow's flight, then I'll get it turned off. I daren't fiddle with it just now because I don't want to crash the game, the sim.
Turkish 9418, descent 2,600 feet.
So that's quite easy to do though. I'll turn the physics of the icing off, but not the visual effects. Jamie, I'll try. From Irana in 80, we're going to be onto Greek radar, Athens radar. And then we've got ATC all the way. The circle to land is going to be interesting, doing it live. And Stephen, exactly, no more messing about on Chart Fox. I like Chart Fox. I do like Chart Fox, but it can be a little frustrating at times.
Malas 888, read correct, pushback and start up at your discretion. Sarajevo QNH is 1012.
QNH 1012, Malas 888.
Qatar 3 Juliet Lima, taxi holding point runway 12.
Taxi holding point 12, Qatar 3 Juliet Lima.
All this turbulence still. Just fiddled with Navigraph very briefly, so I've got roughly what our approach and things is going to look like.
Turkish 27
From Pippin
standby
into Ormos, which is there, which is the start of the star. And then you can see we're going to fly over the airfield, out, down. You can see how close we get to Turkish airspace here, which is why it's so difficult. So not only on this downward leg here, we're brushing Turkish airspace very closely. But also when we break off for 0, if we were going to land on 27, which we're not today, we'd be pretty much touching Turkish airspace almost before turning in and landing.
Swiss 5 November Bravo, are you back?
Establish runway 34, Lufthansa for Charlie X-ray.
Lufthansa 4 Charlie X-ray, runway 34, clear to land, wind 270 degrees.
Jacob, yeah, that's a good one as well, I guess. It does come down to what you can and can't afford, I guess. I stuck mine on a credit card just to get it done for the year. Saves about 10, 15, 20 pounds. But Navigraph is great, I've got to say. I've resisted it for a very long time. Oh, right.
Sophia, 5 November Bravo, stack. Sorry, Adria.
Sister
Jamie, that's good to know.
November Bravo, welcome
It's a shame you just can't save it and leave it just icing switched off completely. A little frustrating. Ordinarily I'd give it a go, but because I'm on a test branch,
could we get the squawk code again?
it can trigger issues, so I don't want to flick into dev mode and back out.
Squawk 5226.
5226,
Jacob, yeah. Neither am I.
5 November Bravo.
Stephen's just got a frame rate drop on the working top CJ4, yeah, so those of you who had started to hear about the performance issues on the A32NX, it was also affecting the working title CJ4.
5 November Bravo, proceed directly.
And they're still yet to fix that, I think, on their side. Monty, Navigraph's great for the EU. Every airport's pretty much included in it. We've got Samos included on Navigraph, but Philip, good question. I could do the DME arc arrival. I guess it depends what the controller Athens radar gives us, but the Samos controller that was on earlier, they in the ATIS information they basically said to expect the VOR DME approach for 09, which is the one I've just showed you guys. But we could do the DME arc if they tell us to do that. They tend, on VATSIM, they tend to give us the VOR DME procedures for this. Pilot Paul, I'm pretty certain it probably will break. Hopefully not for very long. But the last world update stopped the A32NX working for about a week, didn't it? So hopefully, if it does, hopefully they get in and smash a fix really quickly. That said, my theory about the Aerosoft CRJ coming on the same time as the world update, if that does happen and that's stable, then that's going to be fantastic, because then if this does break for a week, we can all ship over to the CRJ for a bit, and I'll do a whole load of content on the CRJ when that comes as well. That'd be quite cool. So I'm looking forward to that. We should be getting handed over to Athens radar very soon.
3-4 via Qatar.
There's Mykonos, MES, Thessaloniki is TSL.
Lufthansa 4 Charlie X-ray, welcome to Skopje, vacate first to the right.
When all this cloud cover's going to drop
Alpha
off.
4, 10-203.
We're going to need a 1,800 foot per minute rate of descent, apparently.
Left via, correct, right via Bravo, then Alpha, and stand...
yeah, 1,800 foot per minute, and 110 nautical miles now, because of the tailwind we've now got.
X-ray, stand 203.
To stand 203.
Let's get the belts up for a little longer. If you guys want a really easy way of calculating top of descent, check the live chat. I've put a link in there. It's a little website called descent.now.sh.
Turkish 941, Tango.
UC, yeah, it's been a bit odd actually. We've had turbulence all the way from Austria.
Runway inside Turkish 941.
Quite nice though, having some turbulence modelled in for once.
Runway 32, clear to land, wind 150 degrees stop.
Clear to land, 32 Turkish 941.
Oh wow, actually, the METAR was literally 000 degrees at 0 knots. How's it gone from a 8 knot crosswind to flat and calm? Let's put in our descent data. It's a nice temperature, 17 degrees.
Turkish 3, 4 Mike, go ahead.
Transition was 8,000 according to the 80s we've had.
Easy 9002, contact Sophia radar 131, decimal 220, bye bye.
131, MDA, category C aircraft, 1,880.
Mahler 888, Texas holding point.
For this circle to land.
Runway 329.
So there's all of our approach data in. I'm glad we were able to fix the flight plan issues. What, we're now 3 hours 10. That's pretty cool. Getting close. We've actually made some really good progress actually. 360 miles to go.
Mistake with taxiing and we will disconnect now because we have to have a good day. Bye. Thank you very much for control. We'll come back for Charlie.
For Charlie X-ray, have a good night, CD, and bye bye.
Tomorrow we're going to be doing Lisbon to the Azores, Ponta Delgada. Route requested by one of our channel members. So we'll be going in TAP or Azores Airlines.
Took off, stay with me for a little while, break, Turkish 1-1, Tango, line up and wait, runway 34, so I have unconscious traffic on your takeoff.
So be sure to tune in for that, and of course next weekend as well, next Saturday, we've got our group flight live as well, so we're going to go onto the multiplayer service. Winter Seat, hello, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. We're just going through some charts earlier on, discussing how we're going to tackle this mandatory circle to land at Samos, building on the tutorial that we did at the start of the week on the channel. We did 2.7 on that tutorial. Today we're going to try and do 0.9 hopefully. That certainly was the runway news a little while ago.
Elite 7410, is it okay for you to connect immediately on the arrival? I have to stop all other traffic because of you. That's not correct from you. Please, walk.
Hope you're well, thank you for tuning in.
Okay, 521,
At this rate we're going to have the seatbelt sign on the whole time.
Identify direct parties.
We should be getting a handoff very soon to our Greek radar when offline.
Turkish 9418, welcome to Tiva, Texas to the airport.
That's really annoying. Hopefully they come back soon. Otherwise we'll just be doing it ourselves.
Turkish 11 Tango, runway 34, please for takeoff. Wind 130 degrees.
Regular for takeoff handling 34, Turkish 11 Tango.
So we're now in Greek airspace, technically. Let's pretty much draw a line from that hill there straight across is basically a Greek airspace now. And right on the nose.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, you are leaving my airspace, no further ATC, monitor uniform 128, bye bye.
Monitor Unicom 122.8 for Thomas Cook 422 Mike, thank you, bye. Thessaloniki is pretty much directly ahead of us, so you can see the landmass here.
Mala 888, are you ready for immediate departure?
That there on the nose is Thessaloniki. We're going to be flying straight over it.
Mala 888, runway 29 clear for take.
I'm just going to put Unicom on 122.8. Here we go for that turbulence again. And I'm just going to monitor the V-Pilot client as well. We're getting absolutely thrown around. LBP note, so the start speed for your descent is basically in the MCDU perf page. You'll have a little blip that will say managed on the descent page, and it will say, for me at the minute I think it says speed managed 288 knots. So you would put 288 knots in there, and because you're going under 10,000 feet as well, your end speed is going to be what speed you're going to be targeting when you reach that altitude. So for example, I'd put in 220 knots for this approach by the time we reach that waypoint in question. Window seat, you have to change your keybinds. So the last update, for some reason, broke the keybind settings, and it meant that everybody had to then go back into the settings and select the keybinds for moving around a flight deck again, effectively. And for me, I've just got it set as right mouse click, press and hold to move about as if I'm moving my head, and then left, right, up and down arrows for physically moving the camera. And of course I've got my custom views as well. There's tutorials on the channel for that if you want to set custom views like I've done, and get some cool views like this. I love how that cloud's now disappeared behind us. And I wonder if we can see some of these other folks. Not quite. Depends on their route, I guess. Anyway, back into the flight deck. 240 nautical miles. And yeah, no controllers. So, as I was saying, in the MCDU performance page, we're in cruise at the moment. You click next phase, and you got descent. Then you see here it says managed star 288. So that's basically the speed that the aeroplane is going to fly itself on if you leave it in managed speed mode for your descent. And then of course behind below 10,000 foot you want to make sure you're below 250 knots, in which case you also have to try and factor that in. So you put the start speed and the end speed in, and that will then help you calculate your rate of descent to allow you to also match your speed as well as the altitude. It will tell you how many miles you need. So for me it's about 110 it's telling us. We're going to need medium auto brake. We've still got 8.2 tons of fuel on board. What on earth? We're still 65.8. We've not burnt anywhere near as much fuel as we should have done. Nice 70 knot tailwind though, zooming us along. Uh, 110 nautical miles, Monty, to the moment that you want to reach your target altitude. So, for example, if I've set in my top of descent calculator that I'm at 37,000 feet and I want to get to 7,000 feet by almost, as an example. What I then need to do, I put all of the data in, including the speeds, and it will say that I need, and they also want your tailwind or your headwind, and it will then tell you that you need 110 or so nautical miles to get to almost at 7,000 foot at the speed that you also want to achieve. Very soon, 240 miles to go now, and we're going to be smashing straight into that VOR DME procedure and that mandatory circle to land. And we're keeping an eye out. Hopefully at some point as we get a little closer we'll get some Greek airspace and things on. Greek controllers I should say, to help guide us in. Let's have a little look. So 160. Philip, great question. I don't think it all works yet, to be totally honest. And there is a way to see roughly how far you are. So we've got a countdown of 264. It tells us now we've got 93 miles till Asopo. After Asopo it's 20 miles to Etrud, then it's 62 miles to Pivos, 10 miles to Msfs, which is Mykonos, 15 miles to Pipin. So not quite a proper countdown that helps you sort of work it all out. You sort of have to try and do the math, I guess. But it's not too bad. Once we get a proper VNAV, we'll have a good little top of descent marker here, and we can leave it in manage mode as well, and it'd be quite cool. You should be able to do both, Alberpino. I've put in my actual username, but you should be able to put the pilot ID in as well. Although note, if you are typing that in, as you might have seen at the start of the stream, it doesn't take over your keybinds currently, so you might be clicking away, and if your keybinds are set to something else, it might trigger a few other weird bits of behaviour. We're doing pretty good. Ground speed at the minute, 512 knots. We're absolutely zooming along. 27 minutes to go apparently. Past Thessaloniki now actually, so what I might do is I might step down a little bit. And I'll do the 1800 foot per minute that it told me. Still got quite a way to go, so actually we'll do 1500. Monty, yeah. I think you might be able to just do the ID. Give it a go. Let me know if it does work. I know in the MCDU sim brief settings, you can use your pilot ID. Let's get the latest METAR, shall we, for the airport. Now we're getting close. It's a good time to start to look at approach data. We'll wait for the company message to pop up. You see, I've kept daylight a little bit, or I've moved the time a little bit further back so that we keep a little bit of daylight as we make our way in. If you guys want me to go through the charts again as we get a little closer, please let me know in the live chat, and if a few of you want it, I'll go back through what we're about to do for the approach procedures. So please do let me know if you want it. Pilot Paul, yeah, that's absolutely fine. That's because every time you file a flight plan on SimBrief, it goes onto their server, and all they're doing is pinging the server and asking if your username or your pilot ID has a flight plan, and if it does, it just displays it. There we go. So 1550 Zulu, half an hour ago now. Winds 000 at 0 knots, all the 9s, scattered cloud at 1,800. So that's just above. In fact, that is the that is our minimums. So pushing it. 17 degrees, QNH 1018. There we go. Yeah, please let me know if you guys want to see the charts or have me discuss the procedure again for the circle to land. I'll go through it if you guys want. Remember as well, we've already, because there's just one VOR and one NDB, we've already programmed that into the RadNav page, and I've been a bit greedy. I've put both frequencies, so the VOR and the NDB, into both VOR1 and VOR2, and ADF1 and ADF2, as you can see there. You can just do VOR1 and ADF2, so you could have treble 16 in VOR1 with a course back up to it at 038, or you could have ADF2 375. 038 should be 358. I'm glad to check that. That's bizarre. I'm sure I typed 358 in. Oh well. Good job I noticed. We do indeed have a tailwind. At 52 knots though now, so we're descending and the tailwind's dropping off. We had it about 80 knots originally, but we've been getting pushed along quite nicely this latter part of today's flight. We've burnt absolutely nowhere near as much fuel as we were forecast to as well. We set off with about, I think it told us we needed 13 tonnes, so I put 13 tonnes in. And as you can see, we've only burned 5.1, which is bizarre. So that's something that needs a tweak in the future, is the fuel burn. We should definitely have burnt a lot more fuel, I think. We've had a quite significant crosswind for the first part of the flight. For our descent as well, if we're using that descent calculator that I put in the link earlier, as that tailwind drops down and becomes gentler and gentler, you need to remember as well your vertical speed might need to change. Monty, yeah, that was with a -10 fuel factor. Got a company message. That might have been me. Oh, SAA41. Thanks for QAing for FlyByWire. You're very welcome, whoever you are. Thank you very much. Pretender, yeah, that's a good point actually. Thinking about it, actually, the diversion was Athens, so it's going to have enough fuel for us to get all the way back to Athens, which is another couple of 100 miles that way somewhere. So maybe that's I don't know why it chose Athens actually. That's bizarre. So I guess that's part of the reason why we've got so much fuel. That is a great point from Pretender there. Keep checking vPilot, hoping somebody will log on. And there's Ormos, there's the start of our star. And then we're doing that VOR DME, which is all a bit muscled up because it's all very close. We'll zoom in a little closer and we'll have a little look. Monty, yet Simbrief's diversions are really bizarre, I've got to say. I'm not a fan of them actually. I did a what was a route I did the other day? I think it was Gothenburg to Manchester, and a reasonable course, a reasonable diversion route would be something like Birmingham or East Midlands, for example, or even Heathrow Airport. But Richard P. Nice, he's one of the FlyByWire developers, I believe. So, Richard P., thank you very much for your little comment. There goes the ring camera and the dog. Good grief. He's just making sure I've heard the doorbell go. But yeah, what it did instead was bizarrely give me a diversion to Paris Charles de Gaulle, of all the options. So always, if you're planning a trip on Simbrief, always check what diversion is randomly assigned, and you can just go in and type a new one if it's a bit bizarre. What I should have done really is a diversion from Samos. I could have perhaps put Mykonos in for less fuel, or even Thessaloniki, where we've just come from, but it's about 30-40 minutes back though. Perhaps Athens was the right choice, I guess. It's very hard to tell sometimes. Niall, our call sign is Thomas Cook 422 Mike, TCX 422 Mike. Ubers on, yep, there's that as well. That's a good point. They've got to look at all the weather at all the different airports that you could divert to and consider if they are appropriate or not. As we get a little closer, I know I've covered it already, no one's mentioned it in the chat just yet, but as we get a little closer, what I will do is I'll go through what we're going to do again in the procedure. I've done it in a tutorial, of course, on the channel at the start of the week for those of you just tuning in, and that was for runway 27, but today we're going to use runway 09 and go through the differences with that, because it's quite significantly different actually. So Ormos in 120, we're at 21,000, or coming up to 21,000. And apparently we need 1,500 foot per minute, 50 miles to go from here down to 7,000 feet. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. As always, if you are, give us a little thumbs up. And if you're new to the channel, please do click that subscribe button down below as well. Mediterranean Sea down below. As we get a little closer as well, 80 miles or so away, we'll have Mykonos dead ahead of us, so we'll have a little look as we fly over that. And with the flypad, you can zoom in, and you can sort of see how we're going. So there's Mykonos. Oops. It sends you back again, so it doesn't let you drag away too much. And remember, to turn it off, you can just click the top right and it will just turn itself off. But I've been running that with the performance fixed branch, and I've still got pretty much on average 30, drops down to 20 quite a bit and up to 50, but I'd say about 35 frames per second still. And how many hours are we in to the test? 3 hours 30. I've got to do the report for it once we're done, but it's already merged, so I might quickly ping them on the Discord server and ask if they want a report or not. Maybe they don't need my stream, my report for this. I'll get them to tell me otherwise. If they do, then I can put it on. Jacob, nice one. That sounds good. And Echo, hello, welcome, channel member. Warm welcome to you. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're well. We're just making our way in now, so 120 miles till we overfly Samos. 50 miles away we've got Mykonos, which we can think just about see here. That's Turkey over there, and I think those two peaks actually here might be Samos. It's hard to tell. Would make sense, 120 miles away, looking on the nav display, so that there right in the distance is probably Samos. Now this is a daytime procedure as well, so I might need to fiddle, if it gets too dark I might need to fiddle the time slightly just to kick it all back into touch. And we've got 85 miles to Ormos, so let's continue. Monty, they're pretty much both the same. The only difference is the experimental custom fly-by-wire version has a slightly more accurate way that the controls react and behave. So if you want that little bit more of an authentic feeling in the controls, then I would recommend the experimental fly-by-wire mod. But if you're quite content with the standard way it all flies, then what I would recommend instead would be just using the dev version. The development version tends to have the updates for the new features loaded into it first before anything else, and then the experimental version tends to get it about 12 hours later, if that helps. So 80 miles to Ormos. Let's go through the charts again. It's always good to remind myself. So there we are, flying down the Med and heading towards Pippin currently. There's Mykonos. We're going to then head slightly more east down towards the island of Samos. We're going to then fly past Ormos at 7,000 feet. Straight over the island and straight over the airfield itself. Runway here is 09 and 27, so east to west. We're going to break off and fly this circle to land procedure. There's the only approach available in Samos is this. It's either this method here or a 14-mile DME arc procedure that takes you round instead, which is quite nice as well if you want to give that a go. You'll have to let me know how you get on. I can show you the SIDS actually. After departure, you can see what I mean here. It's basically an immediate right turn. You've got to manually fly it all the way up to Larky. Almost to Bravo. A sharp right turn straight after departure. If you're taking off on 27, you've got to turn left and then fly the VOR procedure back to Samos before then breaking off back to Ormos. So it's really complicated just for departures into Samos, as you can see. All because of the proximity of Turkish airspace. It is literally 3 miles away from the airport. Look at that. Good grief. Anyway, VOR DME. So we've got the Samos VOR 111.6 programmed in, and we've also got the Samos NDB of 375 programmed. We're flying in over the terrain, over the airfield, turning right, sorry, and tracking. So this is where, as well, I should note, we're going to have track FPA mode on instead of heading. So we're going to enable track FPA. We're going to fly a track of 160 degrees down to 9 miles, configuring the aircraft up to a maximum of like flats 2. At 9 DME, we're going to be turning right, max 200 knots, as you can see here. We'll probably be at 150, 160. And then we're going to be flying a course of 358 degrees straight back to the airport, flying directly up to the runway, not in the direction of. There's our descent profile. So you see 6,000 foot over the airport. We then want to get down to 3,000 foot by 9 DME, and then, as you'll see in a bit, we're actually going to then continue our descent as we get closer to the airport as well. So lots to contend with this. It's a very busy approach. Let's hide Navigraph and show you guys the window, the old sort of picture from Google. So turning that sort of base leg, if you like to call it, down to 9 DME to head back north towards the airfield. We're going to get to 4 miles. We have to be at altitude 1,550, which is basically our minimums at 4 miles. Then we're going to break off and manually fly the track of 325 degrees from runway 09. We have to be abeam the pier at 1,100 foot, which is literally here where the village is. We're going to be tracking the VOR radial of 240, and that's going to give us a position that we have to be at 900 foot when the VOR radial hits 240 on the dial. We should see the village behind the ridge over here. When we're abeam that and we're at 240, we're going to be turning right, still descending down to 400 foot, where we then fly over and go level as we pass a shed with a white roof, and then we're landing. That's it. If we have to go around, it's going to be a sharp right turn back up to 3,000 to then try the procedure again, basically from 9 DME back in. Jacob, hopefully they fix the VNAV very soon. Hopefully we don't wait too long for it. What I might have to do is change the time of day somewhat, so you guys can actually see what is going on. Good, loads of aircraft coming in. Graham is JMC 633, is 5.5 miles away. And I'm trying to see who else is next. I think UC's 20 miles away and still blasting towards us. That's good. So those of you who are new to the channel, check out the... God grief, we've descended way too quickly here. Naughty me. We'll stick at 8,000. Make sure you check out the Samos tutorial. Good, we've got 60,000. 60 miles to go still. I'm going to climb back to 14,000, shall we? I feel like I've been naughty. I was getting sidetracked. Those of you who watched the tutorial, we did an approach into runway 27 for that Samos arrival, which is absolutely fine. That's the one that we have to be very careful because you are flying it manually right next to Turkish airspace, but this one is totally different, and you'll see as we get closer why this one can really get difficult in bad weather. We're pretty much going to be buzzing that shed with the white roof. Try not to get sidetracked like I was though, because you don't need to be at 7,000 until Ormos, which is 60-something miles away. And the descent now calculator is a little hit and miss, so you do need to tweak your rate of descent and stuff. What we're going to use as well, so you'll note we've got the flight plan if we're using nav mode, but we don't have the VOR stuff. Now if we go on to the VOR rows, we lose the flight plan. So this is going to be tracking it pure basically. We can, now we're getting close, we can turn VOR 1 on. And as we get a little closer, we should start to pick up the Samos VOR. Make sure I've got the frequency correct, 111.6, yeah, that's good. Yeah, the 09 approach is great, I've done it a couple of times. It wasn't the one that I used in my tutorial, bizarrely. Hopefully I haven't... Good grief, yeah, Graham's 3.5 miles away. Let's go manual speed. I'm just going to blast up to 310. So Graham should be... If he's 3 miles away, he should be above here somewhere. Can't see him though. I'm not sure what route he was using actually. Might have been a different route entirely, but either way. We're buzzing along over the Greek islands at 13,000 feet and it's quite nice, scenic. Thankfully the icing has gone as well. So the paint scheme looks fantastic. Philip, yeah, I couldn't see him. If I type .aircraft in though, it does look like he's very close. There's a published hold at Samos actually. Oh, there we go, I've blasted further ahead. He's 6 miles behind again now. 6.1 nautical miles. Or, oh, he's overtaken. Graham must have definitely been on a different route then. Wesley, good afternoon. Welcome back, I hope you're well. With regards to the hold, oh, there's Graham. He's probably thinking, what is he doing down there? And I don't know. What am I doing down here? I'm never this low. Oh well, it looks great. There he is up there. It'd probably be wise of us now to slow down to a bit more of a reasonable speed, because he's going to need a lot of time for this procedure. And I don't want to enter the hold at Samos either, because it's an absolute nightmare. Let's see. If we have to enter the hold, there's basically only one aircraft could be doing the procedure at one time. If we enter the hold, we've got to come in, we've got to fly right, heading 268 degrees, fly for 1 minute, turn right again at 6,000, back to the Samos VOR. And I think there was a hold here somewhere as well at Ormos, but I can't see it on here anymore. Perhaps not. But on the VOR DME approach, the hold doesn't exist. But on the NDB one it does. So it's a little different. Which is why I've programmed the NDB in, just in case. I'm going to make a quick 088. Scribble on my piece of paper just in case. Yeah, you see, I descended way too early. But I was just getting generally sidetracked with the stuff. Great altitude to fly over Greek islands at though. The scenery's great. Viper's asking what my favourite GA aircraft would be. Well, I learnt to fly in a Piper 28, PA-28 Cherokee, so I kind of love that. That was the first aircraft I ever flew in. So I'd probably be inclined to say that, to be honest. Let's get a little look at these melted ice. It's a shame about the way the views work, really. You zoom out and it goes a bit skew-eft, doesn't it? But that's great. Love the livery. And it's silent because I've set a cabin view, one of my custom views, outside the plane. Which is a little odd, sound-wise, but it stops the deafening noise of the engines. Where's Graham? There he is. He's a couple of minutes ahead, that's good. So what I'm going to do is change our speed, drop down to 280, so I can manage distance from him. Hopefully this is helping UC catch up as well. Dot aircraft. Oh, UC's 8 miles away, perfect. We're all going to be landing at the same time. In fact, UC should be visible this way somewhere, I think, because he's coming in from Austria. Oh, I don't know. We'll see him shortly. We'll watch UC land as well. But the scenery's great. Love flying around Greece in the sim. Skiathos is fantastic to land in. Mykonos has got some great freeware scenery as well. In fact, most of Greece, actually, a lot of the Greek islands have got some fantastic scenery. UC's 60 knots quicker than me. Brilliant. Almost in 20, so let's start to look at getting down. Now we can put the seatbelt signs on. Are we on Unicom? 122.8, lovely. So we can see here, 35 miles from Samos. We can probably keep a continuous descent now. And we're going to be flying a Ormos 2 Alpha arrival. Samos traffic, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, 10 track miles from Ormos, descending through flight level 130, inbound for an Ormos 2 Alpha arrival VOR DME, runway 09. Put it back on managed, actually, down to 250. Graham's ahead somewhere. That there is Turkey. This here is Samos. So literally this blip at the land here is right at the edge. That is Turkish airspace. We're going to go performance, activate approach phase, basically 20 miles away, MDA of 1880, so we'll leave perf on. We're going to now lose the VOR, we're going to lose the flight plan, tracking the NDB, the green flashing line, and the VOR, which is the yellow, the white flashing line. We can't hear Graham, so it means he's far enough ahead, I guess. $5 miles to Ormuz. I'm trying to see if I can see him anywhere. I guess it also depends if he's gone and done this DME arc. So here we go, circle to land, runway 09 live. Auto brake medium, passing 10,000 feet as well, so we go landing lights on, all the lights as required, seatbelt signs are on. We've done approach mode, so crew all cool. There's Samos, directly ahead. You can see how close you are to the tip of actual Turkish airspace, so it can get really difficult. The actual approach of 09 takes us towards the hill, and we fly down with the terrain onto the landing as well, which is really cool. And I'm just seeing what the aircraft is doing here. We shouldn't be going off a heading of 110. Let's go track FPA. Manual heading select. Just going to take over. We should be flying directly towards the airfield. FD needs to come off for track FPA as well. There's Graham. Oh, there's somebody. They look very high though. And I'm not sure what they're doing. There we go, little Thomas Cook A320. Jacob, yeah, the crew call activates the cabin secure basically, which you'd need. Let's go back to VOR mode. We'll do this manually, shall we? Set the challenge. We're below 250, so that's good. We'll maybe go to 120 degrees for track. Remember, now we're flying tracks now, not headings. Once the airport disappears off the nose, we need to be turning on the sort of outbound leg. Samos traffic, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, about to pass the Samos VOR, inbound for the circle to land procedure. Level at 6,000. Okay, so Graham's circling above somewhere. Can't see him anywhere. Look at that down there, that looks great. Oh, you know what? Standard pressure, naughty. There's the airport. Here we go, folks. Your readability 3, very quiet still.
Probably the battery on the headset.
That's better. There we go, altimeter's back. I was getting sidetracked with other stuff. The standby instruments are all working as well. 1018 is our QNH. So, There's the airport. There's Turkish airspace. Literally, if you draw a line in the middle of the water here, then that's going to be difficult for us. And the pier is just on the window there, so where the cursor is, if you can see that. Hopefully you can. 2 miles to Samos. 1.9. And now we're going to be turning 160 track. 1.3, go. Next step, 3000. About 2.5. There's the pier down there. I just realised we're absolutely blasting in as well. So use a bit of speed brake to help. You want to come in here well below 180, so don't do what I've just done. Follow what I did in the tutorial, getting sort of sidetracked, but we're still recovering it. So we've got 160 track, we've got to go 9 DME, green dot, flaps 1. There's literally the divide there between Turkey and Samos. 3.6 miles. If you guys give this a go, you'll have to let me know how you get on in the comments. Either 27 and 09. Of course we're doing 09 at the moment. 5 miles. .200 S speed, flaps 2. That's all looking good. Six miles. Flight Sim 101, nice, that's good to hear. Glad you fixed it. So we're chasing the speed down to a slower speed now, but we were within the minimum, so it said at 9 DME, max of 200 knots for that turn. We're at 160 now, so that's all good. Let's get rid of the speed brake, rearm that. Centric, hello. Echo, thank you. I'm going out on a limb doing all this live. The tutorials are fine because I've done that a couple of times, but yeah, this is something different. But I do like a challenge. 8.4. Always checking distance down on the nav display here. Still a little high, so I'm going to bring that to 3. 9 miles, turning. We want a course of 358, 359 I think it was. Managing altitude as well because we want to get down to our minimums. And this is technically the finals. Samos traffic, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, turning finals, circle to land, runway 09. Look at that sun, that's fantastic. Still turning, I'm trying to keep it shallow because we're flying slow. And I'm trying to get that blue arrow to come into the centre, which is what it's just almost starting to do. There's the airport off the window. Course is there, 358. Here we go, we are committed. Interestingly, we've lost this flight path angle somewhat. I'm going to go track of 348 just to try and bring that arrow in a little. And we're going to keep going now, 8.6 miles. And at 4 miles, we're going to break off a flight manually. We want to be at 1,850. There's Graham. UC's doing holds somewhere up here. Okay. Now we want full flaps, gear down. Flaps 3, sorry. Gear down. And as we get to about 5 miles, we want full flaps. Oh, are you actually joking? 129675. Athens radar, hello, Thomas Cook 422 Mike, inbound Samos 2000 foot.
Thomas Cook 422 Mike, continue, right base, runway 09, next report when runway in sight.
Roger, runway in sight now, 5 DME. Thomas Cook 422 Mike.
To Mike, clear to land runway 09, wind calm, next report when runway vacated.
Roger, clear to land runway 09 and report when vacated. Thomas Cook 422 Mike. 4.9 miles.
Good evening, easy 6-3
Wow.
Delta.
My fault. Throttle dropped out. Full flaps.
6-3 Delta, say again.
4.3.
Easy 6-3 X-ray Delta, good evening.
Of all the times to come online, eh?
X-ray Delta, red identified flight
4 miles. High control, turning. There's the pier on the nose. And nose needs to come down because we want 1,000.
Lufthansa 5, Papa Mike, are you on frequency?
We want 1,100 foot by the pier.
Lufthansa 5, Papa Mike, contact Sofia radar
and also,
on
back of this arrow,
131.22.
we want it here, 240 basically.
1.22. Thank you.
Right.
325, track.
Easy 92 Papa Hotel, expect one more hold over Deluxe.
There's a lot to do here.
Expecting one more hold at Deluxe. Easy 92 Papa Hotel.
1,100.
Ryanair 460 refuel.
Ryanair 46 Zulu, climbing maintain flight level 340.
1,100 almost, it's just come off on the rate of descent. There's the village on the hill. There's the shed with the white roof.
Flight level 340.
Turning. Look how close we are to the ground.
LL 300, are you on frequency?
There's the shed. 30 degrees angular bank, sporty. A little high, we should have been at 400 foot at that point, but that's all good, we're just getting that back. Airplane's going mad. Speed's good. Down. On the brakes. Speed brakes are deployed. There's somebody welcoming us in.
Aegean 930, continue climb flight level 370, next report passing Kumbi.
Let's get off here, shall we? That's Delta. Thomas Cook 422 Mike, vacated 09 at Samos.
Let's hook 422 Mike, roger, thank you. Taxi standard choice.
Thank you, sir. At taxi standard choice, Thomas Cook 422 Mike.
Easy 9 to Papa Hotel, next time over Deluxe, exit the hold and continue the approach.
Next time over Deluxe, continue approach, Easy 9 to Papa Hotel.
We'll watch UC and Graham land as well.
James Z633, next report when you have airport in sight. Will you approach runway 27 or 09?
There we go. It's a really sporty one. Check out the other tutorial I've done where we've actually flown into 27.
Turn a bit to northwest because I see you now.
That's a great one.
The airport.
But welcome to the island of Samos.
Changing heading.
And we get rid of the spoilers and flaps.
You're number 1 for arrival. No
There's
problem
Graham.
with the departure. It's just that you have to position further to the west because you're now east of the airport.
It's a very difficult one. It's a great approach though. Love it.
James C63 cleared to land runway 09, wind calm.
And this is some freeware Samos Airport as well, and it literally is the same as some payware version that's come out recently, so I highly recommend checking that out. I'm going to go park where the sim wants us to down the end, I think. Or should I do the terminal? Let's do the terminal building.
James C633, runway flight for information.
Roger.
Let's have a little look. Yeah, the way to get rid of the don't sync message is to clear the GPWS off. So you could just turn one of these ground controls off here. Alberpino, thank you. Bravo, thank you. Abdul, thanks. Ready in. Bravo, Butter, thank you. I need to get an emoji sorted for that. Echo, thank you very much. Jeff, John, thank you. Monty, Waller, thank you very much to you guys too. There's no pressure on Graham.
Bulgaria 437, are you on frequency? Are you descending now?
And then we've got UC as well.
Yeah, we're about to call you FlyByWire 437.
Fly Bulgaria 437, descent flight level 130.
There we go. Imagine doing that in real life.
Fly Bulgaria 437, you're cleared Manok 2 Golf arrival. VR approach runway 29er.
That's all good, beacon.
Roger, Manok 2 Golf arrival and clear.
I'm going to zoom back on the drone because I want to catch the landings. Graham is very... How low! Good grief. This is going to be a go around, it's got to be. Here he comes. I would not like to be a passenger on that. Well, there's proof in the pudding that the fly-by-wire stuff is fixed. That's a go around. He's just doing a Top Gun. Buzzing the tower. So the go around procedure for this is actually a straight up.
663, continue southbound on heading 170.
There you go, so he's getting vectored back in basically.
And Austrian 141.
Philip, thank you very much, and Jacob, yeah, it's a very cool one. Great with the sun as well.
5,000 feet, QNH 1019.
Where's he gone? There he is.
QNH 1019 and down to 5,000.
It's tricky.
Austrian 1411.
Yeah, ready in. I hope you caught the screenshot because I completely forgot. Graham, thank you very much as well.
Eurotron 7836 requesting descent.
Oh, we could try and get an A350 in here.
Again.
Session calling again was Eurotron 7836
Let's bring
descent.
The weather in. I'll try and keep this sun at the same level, shall we? Lucy's here somewhere.
Eurotron 7836.
He's holding over there somewhere. There's actually some payware scenery for this. Monty, it was a performance issue actually for the fly-by-wire mod. So effectively something was leaking.
251 cleared to Athens
and taking up way too much data.
Runway 29er, initial flight level 120, squawk 726.
But there's this is a payware, this is a freeware scenery for Samos, and it's really nice. While Graham's repositioning, I can show you guys. It looks the exact same as the payware scenery.
Continue climb 4,000 feet on that heading.
4,000 feet on this heading.
So Graham's going back into the hold.
Gen 633, please expedite the climb due to inbound traffic.
There we go. Because UC's been taken out of the hold, he's got priority over Graham, who's just on the go around. There we go. Some great little airport scenery. And it's Greece, so the scenery tends to be pretty incredible.
1018, next call me when holding short runway 29, ready for the...
Yeah, Waller, that's what's been fixed, yeah. So anything over 1 hour 25 or so was absorbing frames quite significantly. I can't spawn the stairs. But we'll watch, that's, I think, Graham going back to the hold. There's UC on a DME arc, by the looks of it. So UC's got priority traffic coming in. We're going to watch him execute the manoeuvre as well. Yeah, Flight Sim 101, that's been fixed. That's what I've been testing today. So we've just done 4 hours 11. And my frames now on the ground are back to 50. Although the engines have been turned off, that always helps. About 35, 40 still on landing. So you can see how difficult this can get when the airspace itself is busy as well. It's such a difficult procedure. I'm just catching up on some of the guys in Discord. Brilliant.
Austrian 1411 for radar.
I'm going to try and get some fixes, some screenshots.
Please land runway 09, East 9 at the Papa Hotel.
Here we go. UC's on his way in. As long as you follow the charts, you get it all set up nice and early. It doesn't go too wrong for you. It's interesting though that I went blasting in way too quick actually. Got to say, 220 knots over Samos, which is too fast. You want 180 knots at that point really, but not too bad. And we recovered it quickly with speed brake and everything else. But as long as you're looking out the nose and you use your hotkeys to try and look around, dip your view of the aircraft, out the view of the cockpit and things like that, you can really help yourself. You don't want to be too low, that's the biggest thing. Herr Viertel, hello again. Yes, I think it might have been, I'd imagine it has been pushed into the experimental version as well, to be totally honest. I'd imagine that has happened. William, yeah, missed it. Rewind it though, catch it, it all happened very quickly. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. It's definitely one of my favourite approaches. There's UC now. I can see a light, but I can't see a plane.
Easy 9 to Papa Hotel, ready to check.
It's one of those, if it goes wrong and you can't quite get it, then you have to go around.
Disconnection, thank you.
Here he comes.
Clear to land.
Continue approaching 2109 Easy 9 to Papa Hotel.
Trying to hide the manky 737. Let's get a screenshot of that. Yorkshire Pud, yeah, so that's UC. Graham's still being routed around his go around, he's over there somewhere. Routed south and back in, but this is UC giving it a go. There he is.
Agent to Echo Golf, continue climb flight.
You can see the village on the hill, it's just passing that now. That's 900 foot as a target. And here he comes.
Aircraft 251, do you copy?
It's looking good.
Aircraft 251, do you copy?
Hey, built up perfect. That sounds great. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and the sunset made it really good as well, didn't it? Flight Sim 101, the lag spikes. They've also been caused by the CJ4 as well. The CJ4 guys are having the same problem. Look at that. He's smashing it.
Good evening.
Little adjustment at the
German
end.
Cargo 56. Next report when passing Macco. Mike India Charlie Papa Oscar.
Nicely done, you see. Very good.
JMC 633, you cannot turn right, heading 35.
We've got a couple of minutes
right,
to work for
heading
Graham.
010,
010.
JMC 633.
633, apologies, I had a voice disconnection, I had to sort that out.
No problem. Get JMC 633.
AC9 to Papa Hotel, runway 09 vacated.
9 to Papa Hotel, welcome to Samos, taxi stand of your choice.
Taxi stand of my choice, and thanks for the service, and have a good day.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure how far Graham is.
X-ray Alpha Whiskey Delta, please
26
speak
miles
closer
away.
to the microphone, I do not copy you.
Sierra X-ray Alpha Whiskey Delta is Cessna 172 at Samos Circle, request up.
X-ray Alpha Whiskey Delta, QNH 1019er, next report holding short runway 24, no need for other report. Easy 63 X-ray Delta, descent flight level 110.
Flight level 110, Easy 63 X-ray Delta.
JMC 633, you will get radar vectors for
Peter,
right base.
ditched in Turkish waters.
Runway 09.
That's brilliant. Roger, JMC 633.
So basically, the controller forgot about the JMC flight. So he had him on a vector flying south. And he got to 26 miles away, and then he realised. So he's miles away. He's on his way back.
JMC 633 heading 350.
350, JMC 633.
But Graham's going to give it another go. I'll wait for him.
360 inbound.
UC absolutely smashed it as well. Nice.
311 radar contact flight level 360. Next report passing Romeo Delta Sierra.
So no insurance claims from the Thomas Cook passengers or the EasyJet guys.
JMC 633 confirmed descending 2000.
2000 feet, JMC 633, apologies.
Roger.
I'm not sure it'd be ditched in Turkish waters. Perhaps shot down in Turkish waters. Where is he? He's over there somewhere.
Austrian 1411, continue approach, next report final runway inside.
You see that'll be why then.
Continue
You should have gone straight to text though.
Call you when runway inside, Austrian 1411.
You did very well, UC, I've got to say. Everyone was watching. It's a great approach. 27's a good one as well, I really like that one, that's a fantastic approach. Skirting in quite low over the pier and over the village. That's an exciting one.
FlyByWire 437, continue descent per the approach.
That's the second time I've done runway 09 though.
Runway in sight, clear to the approach.
Rough little copy, down more report, final FlyByWire 437.
Gentle Golf, please redirect to work.
Correct 30 inside.
Blocked 80.
You see it, easy to do though. I had to do a little correction down to a 30-degree angular bank actually, myself, as we got a little closer. There's Graham, see his lights just flashing ever close in the distance.
Other station calling, go ahead.
Austrian 1411, runway 30 inside.
Austrian 1411, clear to land runway 30, wind 250 at 4 knots.
Runway 30, clear to land.
If you're looking at getting some Samos scenery, definitely just get the payware because it's the exact same as the definitely get the freeware version, I should say, I think, because it is the exact same as the payware version, which I think is priced at like £22 or something crazy.
63 X-ray Delta, which arrival would you like, Ormos 2 Alpha or any other one?
Heavy Telston Skiathos. Skiathos is great.
You're cleared, Ormos 1 Charlie, and then you are
someone else flying into Samos now. Getting vectored, nice. Stephen, glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for tuning in. Be sure to join us all tomorrow, and we're going to wait for Graham to land, of course, give it another go. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Lisbon to the Azores, Ponta Delgada Airport, right in the middle of the Atlantic. So we'll be taking the A320 out there for the first time, checking out a nice little tropical destination, I guess, in the middle of the ocean, in the sim, live on VATSIM of course as well. And then next week, for those of you subscribers want to join along, head to our Discord server. We've got the 2,500 subscriber group flight next Saturday, the 13th of February, and we're going to be doing Kathmandu.
633, turn left heading 345, descent 1,500.
We're going to be doing Kathmandu to Paro, sorry, Kathmandu to Lukla, then we're going to turn around at Lukla and head to Paro. So it's going to be a great little trip.
FlyByWire 437, you've left us way too high, so we're going to just self-vector ourselves onto the approach.
FlyByWire 437, make a right orbit and establish again on final approach, no problem.
So
yeah,
Graham's
way too close. Is it possible
ding ding
just,
round 2.
If we can vector ourselves.
Yes, of course, no problem.
Carg, no pressure, only 50 people watching.
And report back again on final.
We'll come.
James A633 on that heading and this altitude report when you have airport environment inside, and be aware you're heading towards a mountain, intentionally.
No problem. Aircraft, sorry, the airport and runways inside, James A633.
Roger, James A633, clear to land runway 09, wind calm.
Clear to land runway 09, James A633.
Yeah, thankfully the frames per second problem is fixed.
Eurotran 7836 over Kilo Echo Alpha.
So those of you who haven't updated your dev version.
Eurotran 7836, continue left.
Trying to get a nice little angle here for a screenshot.
Are you proceeding 2-1 left or 2-1 right?
2-1 left for Eurotran 7836.
Probably that'll do, won't it?
Continue with the standard procedure for runway 21 left.
So here he comes.
Roger, and maintain 11, correction flight level 110 or maybe descent?
You may descend at your discretion, no problem.
Roger, we'll just continue descending on arrival. We're catching the 14 DME arc from Sierra Papa Alpha, Eurotran 7836.
Correct.
Graham, yeah, sure he will. Monty, am I using the custom version or the dev? I was just using, this is a test branch, so the fix for the performance issues was put into a test branch, and I was flying it basically for, what, it's 4 hours, roughly, to test to see if we get any of the issues with performance getting gobbled up. I attempted to put it back onto daylight, but we've already sort of seen roughly what to do. There's the village and the pier over there by the water. Yorkshire Bud, yeah. Sometimes you can, if they've got it on loudspeaker though.
Easy 63 Delta, QNH is
that's probably a bit better, isn't it?
1018, continue descent as published.
So you guys can see the hills as well.
Airport in sight.
Here he goes.
QNH 1018 will report airborne inside Easy 63 Delta.
And there's an aircraft coming in on the almost arrival as well, over this way somewhere. Go on, G. Here he goes. Test branch for the A32NX. So for those of you who don't know, I joined the FlyByWire project team as a QA tester. So this was a test, but whilst we were flying today, a lot of the other 3-4 hour long flights that were test flights for other people all got approved and they were all good. So it got merged into the branch basically. Where is? He's high again.
Whiskey Delta speaks closer to the microphone, I cannot hear you.
But it's merged into the dev branch now, so it's all good.
5x5, runway in use is 24, Whiskey Delta.
Copy, runway 24.
Here we go. Attempt number 2.
In Austin 1411, runway 30 vacated.
Oh, this is looking steep and fast. Yes, it is available now in the latest dev version, but it might be in the experimental version. I'm not sure.
Athens radar, Olympic 892 with you, climbing from 4,000 to 7,000.
Olympic 892, climb flight level 340.
Climb flight level 340, Olympic 892.
Oh man, he's doing it again.
Olympic 892, you're cleared right direct route on.
Right direct route on Olympic 892.
James C633 going around, apologies.
He's off.
633, roger, continue for one more approach. Again, there's another traffic behind you. You have to fly heading 180, climb 4,000.
180 and 4,000 feet, James C633.
Yeah, he's got told 180. He's going north now. He's going the wrong way. Oh well. I don't want to ditch him, but I also don't want to stay waiting forever. He's done a Top Gun again there. Buzz the tower. There's an aircraft coming in as well. So there's an EasyJet flight flying in from elsewhere on the way in. I have no idea where he's gone. Chai, hello, welcome. Just seen another go around at Samos. It is a tricky approach. LGSM for the airport code if you guys want to check it out, and there's some great freeware scenery on flightsim.to. There's a link to it in the description as well. Yeah, get it. Coco or Horlicks. We have to change the time again. Ay. It is hard. If you don't quite get it right.
MC633, expedite the turn please, heading 180 because you're moving outside my airspace.
Apologies,
he's getting into Turkey already.
Turning right, heading 180, apologies for that.
Watch out for the terrain there and please climb 5,000, heading 150.
Heading 150 and 5,000 feet, James C633.
Graham, see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, you see there's an Easy coming in from Gatwick. We might be watching him land as well.
Ascent radar, good evening. This is
hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Approaching
I can't wait too much longer.
320 with you.
Lima Alpha Zulu 306, continue flying flight level 370.
Tomorrow will be good. Pont Delgado.
Balkan. Continue flying to flight level 370.
He had the wing drops
Roger,
thing.
but you do not have Balkan anywhere indicated. There's no way for me to know that.
Roger, understood.
Yeah. This time of year, I think it is, isn't it? Probably is very balmy. There we go. He's just annoyed the Turks.
Find the remarks.
Created a political incident.
Sana presto.
Έβαλα το call sign στα remarks. Να το βλέπουν κι άλλοι.
Ευχαριστούμε. Balkan 306.
Ready? Thank you for tuning in. Glad you enjoyed it. Join us tomorrow and check out the group flight details.
9 Bulgaria 437, clear to land runway 29, wind 330 at 4 knots.
Land 29 is 1 go 437.
JMC 633, turn right, heading right, heading 210.
Oh no, Lima Golf Sierra Mike for the code. Highly recommend it, it's very good. Oh, nice. Ready in. Time of the stream 1300 Zulu again, so 1 o'clock UK time. So basically, it was going well for Graham just then, but the problem is, he, as he idled the throttle, he had that horrific wing dip issue. So he had to just smash the throttle back to Toga and get back up. Let's get rid of that damn light. UC's waiting very patiently as well. Great landing. And we're just waiting for Graham to get vectored in. He should be okay this time. The one thing to watch out for is if you idle the throttle too early.
9002, radar service terminated, switch to Unicom 1 to decimal 8.
If you idle the throttle too early, what happens is it ends up killing your... something goes wrong and it basically dips the left wing quite significantly, so you've got to wait until you're pretty much going to idle the throttle to land, so when you get that retard call out in the
Ryanair 46 Zulu, contact Sofia radar, frequency 131.22.
Samos is great though, such a great island. I'm not sure where that 737 went. I imagine somebody just logged in to maybe see us in.
Ryanair 46 Zulu, how do you copy?
The thing is, with this procedure as well, there's no
Ryanair
easy way of going around for another go. You have to go back to the 9 DME turn and back round.
12122, thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
But the controller could make it easier. He could authorise him to fly the VOR circle to land, report runway in sight, basically. And then it's down to the pilot.
Establish to 3 runway, establish on high left runway 21 left.
Euroton 7836, contact Athens Tower on frequency 12118.62.
I didn't have Volanta up for this either because I was conscious. I didn't want to. I was testing the frames per second on the sim. I didn't want to exhaust my computer too much. Real shame.
Request clearance to Samos.
Echo Lima Foxtrot, I'll call you back in 2 minutes. You may start up if you wish.
Start up approved, thank you.
James C633, turn left heading 180.
Left heading 180, James C633.
Left heading 180. Ah dear. Monty, I'm not sure actually, I've not tried it to be honest. I'm not sure where the controller's sending him, if he's still sending him south. I can't wait for too much longer.
LL 311, contact Ankara radar on frequency 136.6.
1366, bye-bye, LL 311.
Sierra Whiskey Delta holding source, runway 24.
Sierra Whiskey Delta clear for takeoff 24, wind calm.
Clear for takeoff, runway 24, just a reminder we'll be doing nothing else in...
He just texts me saying this is embarrassing.
Next report on north downwind.
It's a tough one. It's a hard approach. Oh, that's why. There is another aircraft coming in. That EasyJet flight from Gatwick, perhaps. Just saw two sets of...
Did not copy, say again. 437.
Yeah, Flamigo 437, going around, we were 2 unstable.
Roger that, continue, execute miss approach and then fly again the whole procedure. Next report on final with runway in sight.
Copy down, we're going 437.
So, Yorkshire Pud, you can land on the other runway, so you can land...
5392, good evening.
On 27.
Level 370 and also ready for descent.
I've done that in a tutorial already, so the tutorial I did actually, I think it's Tuesday it went live. We did the circle to land procedure using runway 27, so we flew in just touching Turkish airspace, or just avoiding touching Turkish airspace, I should say. And today we've done 09 the opposite direction.
7233, Starways 5392.
But you can use both. Paulie, hello, welcome. Just joined us.
Turn right, heading 0.
A little late, as you say, no problem at all though.
Easy 63 X-ray Delta, clear to land runway 09, wind calm.
Yeah, so this is an aircraft that's I don't even know if they're following along on the stream or not, but he's about to be caught up on on a real landing. This isn't Graham. Graham got vectored away. 2-7 though, it's easier in the sense that you're not battling with the terrain. You're at some points your wingtip is maybe 100 foot from the ground on this 09 approach, this circle to land, so it makes it really difficult. But it sort of adds to the excitement of it, I guess. Speed and height are the biggest things really. If you can set up nice and early, it buys you loads of time to get it all sorted. This is an EasyJet flight from Gatwick, I believe. That we're about to watch land, and I think he has no idea he's about to be on the stream. I'm not sure why, but it makes it difficult in the sense as well that you have to physically Google Samos Circle to land charts to find that little chart that I showed you guys earlier, just before we started the whole procedure. Which is quite an old chart, it's not even used anymore.
C633, descent 2,000 feet.
2,000 feet, James C633.
Paul, thank you very much, that's really kind.
C633, heading 360.
Yes, the frames have been fixed, it's now in the latest development version, and I think it might be in the latest master version, experimental version as well. We've just done a 4-hour flight basically and had absolutely no issues with the frames at all, so really good. Averaged about 30 to 35 through most of the cruise and descent, with the EFB on as well. So this is the EasyJet flight from Gatwick. There's Graham off in the distance there, that white light. He's on his way back in. Perhaps if it would be that quick, I can wait for him to.
001 Papa. You're clear to
UC, thank you for waiting. Appreciate you're still here. Flight sim. Winds are calm currently, but arrival runway is 09 currently. But you can use 27 as well.
flight level 120.7245.
You see, you smashed that. That's really good. Wow. I wish I had Volanta up to record my foot per minute, my touchdown.
Correct. QNH is 1015.
All perfect. That's the one you want. That's good.
When you will be lined up runway 23, ready for departure. No need for.
So here comes the person from Gatwick who has no idea he's now live on YouTube. So good luck to him. Go away, tooltips.
Radar, German Cardo 56 inbound.
Yeah, 09 is more challenging.
10 minus.
German Cargo 56.
09. If you're landing on 27 though, and you have to go around, then you basically have to make a quite a steep rate of climb. Otherwise, you go straight to the hill. Monty, yeah, it does. Ooh, was that too?
Sierra Whiskey Delta, the wind
is a go around.
250 at 6 knots. Continue your patterns and next report on
still turning
for your last pattern.
I think he's going to try and smash it in anyway.
Clear to land.
He's going to buzz the tower.
Touch and go. Just inform you, we'll be doing 2 more touch and goes and then full stop.
Roger that. Thank you.
Here he comes, sporty. Yeah, he's going around. It's hard.
Who's doing a go around?
The controller's getting really annoyed.
Samos. Easy 63 X-ray Delta, climb 6000, heading 180.
There he goes.
Right, heading 180, climb 6000.
Climb 6000, heading 180, easy 63 X-ray Delta.
Graham's coming in. He's next.
Don't feel like the only one now.
Exactly.
That turn is more tricky than it seems.
Yes, actually you need to go to the left base, very close to the mountain, otherwise it's not almost...
You know what, you got to give it a go.
Speak of experience.
Roger. James C633, continue approach now for right base runway 09, unless you want to approach runway 27, up to you.
You see, yeah. Makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Runway 09, James C633.
Makes you feel like an absolute boss when you smash it in first time round.
C63, Roger, continue right base and report when you have an airport in sight.
Airport's currently
and this is with winds calm as well, guys. There's no wind, it's still 0 degrees at 0 knots.
Further west in order to make it to the final approach.
On my tutorial where we used runway 27, I think I had a 8 knot crosswind component for runway 27 as well, so I've done it a couple of times where the winds have been really pushing it and you can drift quite significantly on your turn, so it can make it very difficult. And yeah, it's a good job the controller has his humour left. Good point. I guess they get used to it as well. I guess they look at all these flights going to Samos and they just think, oh, here we go. So I guess they plan for the go-rounds.
Clear to land, runway 29, wind.
So Graham, go 3 of 3. He said if he doesn't do it this time, he's going to disconnect out of embarrassment. So good luck to him. I'm sure he'll be fine this time round. He was bang on the last attempt. He just had that wing drop bug from the A320.
Are you on frequency?
Sierra Papa Echo Lima Foxtrot on frequency.
Come on, G. You can do it.
I think I have forgotten you.
Thanks.
Last one.
Roger.
I'd wait for the other guy to see if he can do it, give him a chance. But
yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Can't wait forever. Plus, I don't think he knows he's live on YouTube.
Sierra Papa Echo Lima Foxtrot, you're clear to Samos via airbag 1 Echo departure.
Let's hide the overlay for you guys.
Squawk 72 forward 3.
Clear to Samos, runway 15, airbag 1
Somebody
Echo
else is giving it a go.
Squawk 7243. Sierra Papa Echo Lima Foxtrot.
It's one of the most difficult approaches on the Greek islands, I think. Mykonos is good as well. It's a circle to land without any published charts too. Yeah, Yorkshire. See, I'm the other way. I'd love to just be a passenger. It's hard to tell what runway's in use though, because if runway 09 was in use, I'd want to be on the right-hand side of the aeroplane, so I could see how low we are to the ground and look at the wingtip and get a video of it. But I don't think the missus would like to do this sort of approach. It's pretty horrendous.
Heading 180.
We are indeed heading 180, easy 63 Delta.
Roger, turn left.
Paul
10
Lee, yeah.
degrees.
So Graham, who's having his third approach attempt now, as he was coming in on finals, just as he was about to touch down, idled the throttle. We had the wing drop thing randomly come in again. Here he goes. A little high again, I think.
174.
He needs to be a bit lower. So where he is now, he has to be at 1,100 foot. Oh, there goes his nose. Nose has come down. The village that you guys can see up on the hill, when he's abeam that, so sort of here, he needs to be at 900 foot.
174, clear to ascend.
And then over here somewhere, there's the shed with the white roof. 400 foot is your target there.
7262.
Here he comes.
174, ATC clearance correct. Taxi at your own discretion, holding point runway 29, and next report when ready for departure. No need for other report.
Here we go.
Ready for departure, Gen 174, thank you.
Tom Wright, Steve Church, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome, Steve. It's a shame you didn't watch my landing. Absolutely smashed it. Tom, welcome to the channel. Mark, welcome to you too. And everyone else hitting the subscribe button as well.
Thank you. What approach is that for?
Here he goes. Come on, Graham.
Affirmative, 29er with VR approach runway 29.
Paul, dead zones I think is the main fix really. I don't think there's much else fix-wise for it.
Whiskey or Yankee?
The biggest thing is not idling the throttle until you hear the retard call out on the Airbus.
Roger, Sky 539C.
I'm trying to get a good view here.
63 X-ray Delta.
Oh, look at that, he's done it.
Heading 010.
Looking good, Graham.
Right heading 010, easy 63 X-ray Delta.
Smashed it. Third attempt. Like a boss.
James C633 with third time lucky.
Nice one, welcome to Samos. Taxi start of your choice, 653.
I've gone grey.
Report when we're vacated and...
there we go, wow.
James C633.
And he's down. There we go. Well done, Graham.
Sierra Whiskey Delta, next report on final runway 24.
Steve, nice one, thank you. I'm glad. I'm wasted, aren't I? Absolutely wasted. Right, there we go. Well done to Graham. Well done to UC as well. Thank you to both of you guys for flying with us, and all of you guys tuning in and watching along as well. To all our channel members for supporting the stream. Pretender, Jurassic and Jacob for donating today and supporting the stream as well. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. We're going to be hitting up Lisbon to the Azores in the A320 as well. So there we go. Thanks to all of you guys for watching, and see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Bye.
437 again. Roger, you're not obstructing anyone for now. Let me know when you can start your taxi again, because there's another aircraft departing. Let me know when you will be able to taxi again.
Okay.
James C633 shutting down, thanks for the ATC, see you again soon.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Sierra Whiskey Delta is on final runway 24.
Is this full stop?
Negative.